Roll.
Truen.
Here.
Garza.
Here.
Goss.
Here.
Fast.
Here.
Magers.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
We have Victor Halfmoon here tonight to give us the prayer from Legacy Bible Church.
Let's pray. Father, we come before your throne of grace and lift these procedures and decisions to you. Lord, we ask you to pour out your wisdom in abundance upon the council members as they discuss the needs of our community. May their words be spoken with respect, seasoned with grace. Lord, you alone know all things, and you know perfectly the needs of everyone who is here. meet their spiritual, emotional, physical, and financial needs in accordance with the measure of your grace. Encourage each person, Lord, and show them in a tangible way that you're a present help at all times, and be the God of all comfort for each one. We ask these things in the name of our risen Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Next item, Mary.
Item number 4, petitions, remonstrances, and oral communications from the audience.
This is the part of the agenda where we have oral communications from the audience. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to items not on the agenda. Audience members may address the items on the agenda when the item is discussed by City Council.
Council, just wanted to introduce you to Cody Smith. He is our Assistant City Attorney. Started just yesterday. As of August 1, he will be the City Attorney. So wanted to introduce you to him. He is a Hutch native, a Hutch High graduate, has 13 years of private practice experience, and throughout that time has been a city attorney for other cities. So please welcome him.
My name is Chris Link. I live at 3506 North Lorraine. Good evening. I want to thank you City Council members for the time and effort you take to govern our city and its affairs. I also want to thank the King of the world, the Lord Jesus Christ, for this city and the country we live in. I'm also thankful for this past weekend. The world celebrated the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and I was encouraged. It seemed that more businesses were closed for this joyous season. Christ is risen and has ascended to the right hand of the Father and is King of the world. Because of this truth, Christ has the right and all authority over all things. Matthew 28:18. Christ gives the duties and limits on all governments. This includes family government, church government, and civil government. To the family, he gives the responsibility for education, health, welfare, and business. To church government, he gives the training in righteousness and administering the sacraments. To the civil government, he gives the duty to protect the people and to punish evil. And he has given all these duties and limits in his holy word. He has a standard for rulers to govern by. Fathers, pastors, and council members are subject to his rule. When one of these governments goes beyond its God-given responsibilities, tyranny and oppression ensues. This is why the Bible says in Proverbs 29:4, "By justice a king builds up the land, but he who taxes heavily tears it down." We live in a time when civil government has taken on responsibilities it not to have taken on, and the people groan under its oppression. Some examples include managing recreational activities like golf courses, zoos, and parks, purchasing and restoring buildings, picking winners and losers through star bonds, and the education system. All in the city are taxed for services that are the duty of the family. Most of the people don't use these services because if they did, a family or business would have provided it. This is unrighteous and burdensome to the people. But there is good news. Jesus died for these sins as well. The Bible says to repent and believe and turn away from our sins. It is time for us to repent and cry out to Christ for deliverance. You've talked about doing something different than what we have done in the past. A new sales tax is not going to save us. Christ is the only one who can save us. Psalm 27 says, "Some trust in chariots and some trust in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God." Freedom is found in Jesus Christ alone. May we repent and submit ourselves to him and his word and bring peace and prosperity to this city. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jackson Allen, 49 Rainer Road.
It has been just over a month since the first time I stood before you to propose a study on consolidating the HutchRec Commission. Since then, I've learned a lot, not just about our city or the Rec Commission, but about the friction that occurs when a citizen asks a difficult question. I want to start by addressing a rumor that has reached several of you, the allegation that I was planted here by someone else. This is not only untrue, but it's very insulting to me. The suggestion that I couldn't possibly understand this data or find the information like the 1994 study on my own is a clear attempt to use my age to dismiss my ideas. There's no man behind the curtain. I found the 1994 study by doing the work, sharing my idea with other community members, following leads, and speaking with former city manager Joe Palacio to understand the context. I'm here because I can think critically. I care about Hutchinson, and I'm not a puppet. I saw an issue, brought it to your attention, gave you the reasons I thought you should look into it, and then asked you to correct me if I was wrong. I never claimed to be an expert on the topic, and I'm fairly certain that it's never been required to be an expert to bring an issue or an idea to the attention of your elected officials. Secondly, I'd like to inform you of my recent attendance at the HutchRec board meeting. After speaking at the council meeting, I was invited to attend the HutchRec board meeting on March 18th. I was invited under the idea that the board was going to provide more information on the topic and answer my questions. I could not have expected how this meeting was going to play out. I knew that they would likely be frustrated with the fact that I brought this topic up. However, very quickly I realized that this discussion was not about answering my questions. It was an interrogation to hopefully uncover the man behind the curtain that doesn't exist. Mostly out of shock, I actually had to pause at one point and state that I was having a very difficult time answering any of their questions because of how aggressive they were being. At the end of this portion of the meeting, an incident occurred that left me feeling like I had lost a war I didn't even realize I was fighting. I decided to document that incident and email it to the mayor and vice mayor to make sure it did not go unknown. I've since forwarded that on to the rest of the council, and I'd like to read part of it here. This is where I start the quote. After the initial discussion, Director Tony Finley invited me to remain for the next two agenda items, which included a review of the February expenditure report. During the review of the expenditures, Mr. Finley specifically highlighted the Commission's account with my employer. He noted that he had been notified of upcoming price increases on a certain product and stated that they would be shopping out to other vendors. When I stated for the record that I was aware Mr. Finley knew of my position as operations manager at the company, he acknowledged he was aware of my employment there, though perhaps not my specific title. He then looked at me and commented to the effect of, "I wanted you to see that these are things we have to take into consideration. We have to be fiscally responsible." I found the timing and the nature of these comments to be highly inappropriate. Using an expenditure report to pivot toward my employer felt like a pointed attempt to exert pressure. Whether intended as a soft threat regarding our business relationship or not, it felt like an unprofessional response to a citizen engaging in the civic process. That's the end of that quote. And while I know that Mr. Finley can easily deny that this wasn't his intention, everyone who just heard me knows exactly what he was doing by bringing it up at that time. Keep this up and you lose our business. I know from speaking with dozens of people in the community over the last month that this was not a one-time anomaly. I know many people have either found it extremely difficult to negotiate with HutchRec, been wronged by HutchRec, or been intimidated to the point of silence. I can't force any of these people to speak up, but I do hope by my speaking today, it sets the precedent that it's okay to share it publicly. I am of the opinion that no publicly funded entity or public official gets to be exempt from scrutiny. The last item I'd like to address is an email that I sent to Mr. Finley following the HutchRec board meeting. I was asked during that time what documents I requested from the city before speaking at the council meeting. Blindsided by an adversarial environment, I made a poor decision to overstate that I had requested all the historical information regarding consolidation of the Rec Commission. I emailed Mr. Finley that evening and informed him that that statement was untrue and I had only requested the 1994 study because those were the documents I was aware of. I apologized for being dishonest about it and I said I should have requested more. I knew that he would likely take this opportunity to discredit me, and speaking with multiple other people in the community, it sounds like he did just that. And it seems as though Mr. Finley would like to be able to say, look, he can't even be honest about what he requested from the city. Why should you listen to anything else he has to say? Yet I corrected my statement less than 3 hours after I spoke, and I did that because I value the truth. And my overstating what I requested doesn't mean that everything I brought to your attention should be disregarded. Finally, I'm still firmly of the opinion that consolidation could have a massive positive outcome for Hutchinson. Most citizens I talk to think looking into this is a no-brainer. I'm shocked that key individuals with loud voices are working very hard to prevent a study. I seriously don't understand what they're so afraid of. I want to end by encouraging each of you to not back down from the pressure. And remember what you ran for. Did you run to keep things the same, or did you run to make progress? It would have been easy for me to stay home tonight, and I would much rather be with my wife and kids this evening than speaking here. But after the intimidation and the puppet narratives I've heard over the last month, I realized somebody has to be willing to keep standing up. And I'm ready to support the difficult decisions and work that it would take to make real progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, I have a question. You said that you emailed that to all of council.
Yeah,
What email address did you use and when was that sent?
I sent it from jacksoncade1@gmail.com, and I forwarded that just before the meeting, just because I wanted to make sure you would have a copy of it.
I don't have any email from you.
Okay, I will make sure that, I'll
Does
double
everybody on
check that
council
right after I
have
sit down.
The email that he's referencing?
It might have gotten blocked, because I know when I sent it to Greg, Scott had to forward it on to
It went to my
Greg.
junk mail, and I was able to find it.
So I only spoke one portion of that email, just the incident, the actual incident, just so it wouldn't take so long. But
Right, well, I mean, that's why I'd like to read the email myself.
yeah,
but
that's
I don't
fine.
have
And
it.
that's why I forwarded it on to you, so you could see the rest of it.
Okay, can you re-forward it, please?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So that wasn't sent to everybody then.
Jesse Juma, 67502. So I see where Memorial Hall is on the agenda today later, and that's cool that we're rolling along with that renovation of the hall and moving forward. So in that light, though, there's a different subject about the hall. When we don't have the answer to an issue or a problem with something, I think I've got copying this off a scientist. Practically, they don't just invent an answer; they start looking for an answer. I mean, in other words, if you don't know the answer now, it's how you go about finding that answer. I mean, when you don't have an answer to something. I want to propose that we have all these committees, and can you hand that? We have these committees, these boards, these commissions. We have an airport advisory committee, a board of zoning appeals, a building trade board, city council, housing commission, human relations commission, land bank board of trustees, a landmarks commission, a public art council, design council, and a tree board. I'd like to propose that we put together a Memorial Hall Advisory Committee composed of people from the public. The list that I gave you is just a short list, but actually there's 25 people on the list at this point. Those are actual people that I was just able to contact before the meeting. There's a former city, there's former city council members. There's a former city manager, and actually composed of people like people that are like promoters that are here in town, and they have full-time jobs. But you see that I kind of listed it by people that have promoted maybe some shows before, people that deal with concessions in town, people that deal with the theaters in town, people that deal with the dance studios in town, people that have put sports events in Memorial Hall, people that have businesses downtown. But you can see that we have a lot of people that we could use, and that's just my list, and I'm sure we have a lot of other people that have an idea of what we want to see going forward with Memorial Hall. So, make a long story short, I guess that's my proposal. I don't know where we go from here, but I just wanted to get the ball rolling and get the thing out there that we start a public advisory board. Any questions?
I'm concerned this list is so long that nothing will get done. We may need to half it.
You're welcome. No, I mean, the list isn't, what that list is that It's people that approve, that support.
supporters.
Yeah. It doesn't mean all that people want to be on the council or committee. The good thing about putting that advisory committee together, just like any of these other boards and committees that we have, is that it's open to the public. So you don't have to be on, just like I'm doing now. I don't have to be a council member to come up with some idea that we want to do with the city. And the same thing with Memorial Hall. You don't have to be on this committee. It's an open public meeting that we can have regularly, and anybody can come to that meeting. But I think it's a good way to move forward with having actual input from the public about how we're going to move forward with the hall. And I think maybe even through that, at some point, well, maybe I'll address that later if I can make it back for the architect. Then I will. But anyway, that's what I wanted to do, was just throw that out there and get that ball started so we could look at that.
Jesse, I have a question for you. Do you think that this committee, if it came to fruition, would report to council or be an ad hoc committee like under the DHRP, the Downtown Hutchinson Revitalization Partnership? Because looking at this, there's a lot of overlap between the DHRP people who have historically sat on that group and the people who would be concerned with Memorial Hall.
I'd like to be in on that discussion sometime, and maybe others, but I think that's the thing too. When we get to the point of if we want to do this, which I hope we do, I hope we can still have a discussion on what this is, how we're going to form it. What's the most usefulness of it, I guess, or how it's going to be put together. That's a good question. Because I think maybe, as you look at ad hoc, I was reminded by some of the former council members about how we had a committee put together when we renovated the sports arena. And there was this group called Hutch Wins back then, if anybody can remember, 10 years ago. And so we had a public committee that helped kind of advise on the way we were going, and just to get the public interested in renovating the room at the sports arena. And maybe this committee, I understand the RFP for the management of Memorial Hall wasn't addressed at this time. And so maybe in light of that, this can kind of like be in its place for the public to have help with that. But maybe until we do hire a management company or person for the room, and then maybe that would be when we dissolve this committee or not. We'll just see how it goes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Well, Jesse, I got one question for you, buddy. Only problem I got with this, what happens if we want somebody else that's just in Memorial Hall wants to be on this committee? I think that, in my opinion, we should say how many people, it was 10 or 12, or we got 20-some people here? I don't know. But we should limit it to how many we want, and then we should ask out for anybody else who wants to be on the committee, and give so there's other people that would like to have a say in Memorial Hall.
Yes, Councilman Garza, this isn't like the list that I'm giving you for people. This is the people that support the ideal.
I got you.
So then one of the former council members thought that when they got that Hutch Wins committee together, it was like the commissioners came up with people that they wanted to, obviously, yes, the word's out there now. We want to put a committee together so the public's, if we have where you fill out the application, to be on the board kind of thing, one of those kind of things too. Yeah, so anybody can join.
Well, see, when we're sitting in these seats and I think it's a great idea to have a board. Don't get me wrong. But if we don't offer it to everybody else and make a way how we're going to pick it, our phones will ring off the hook. What are you doing making a list without putting it out there so everybody who wants to be on it could be on it? That's what we get. And you understand? So,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we're going to do it yet. I agree with we should have a committee. There's no problem with that. But let's give it a sit here and work it out that everybody would have a chance to be on it. Now, I don't know how we'd pick them. I don't know that. That's just my idea. I'm trying to cut my phone calls down. Trust me, I get a lot of calls. So that's just my idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's open for anybody and then in the end, the public's invited anyway, so whether you're on the board or not, it's still an open meeting.
Gotcha.
All righty. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but just wanted to fill in a gap there. In the proposal that we'll look at later this evening for architectural design, we do have community engagement baked into that. So I think we can answer some of these questions about a steering committee and advisory board with our architect when we get going with that project. So I don't have a solution for you, but we do already have that taken into consideration, doing some additional community engagement than what we did originally. So.
Thanks, Justin. Anyone else? Next.
Item number 5.
Hold on.
Oops.
Thank you, members of the council. I had hoped to not speak publicly and just
Can you-
observe.
you may name
Jason
the address,
Probst, 628 West 17th.
Thank you.
Hutchinson. I want to address a couple of points from the previous speaker about HutchRec. I've been involved in a number of conversations this week, and at the end of those conversations, it was my feeling and my belief that despite some of the friction that is well known among this group, I don't think it's widely known in the community, but we're about to apparently make it widely known, so let's just talk about it. I'm here because I've had those conversations because I believe in the work that HutchRec is doing. I also believe in the work that this council is doing. You, I feel, took a very courageous step in asking this community to support the work you're trying to do. And you asked them to support that with your tax dollars, and that was successful. And I don't really find much value in an additional study. We tend to study things and then study them again. We studied this last in 2011, 94. The 2011 study indicated that the city will not save money. In fact, there's a beautiful line in that study. It says, assuming that the city is operating efficiently, it would be impossible to absorb the duties of HutchRec without hiring additional staff. So I'd encourage you to go back and look at that study. I fear, well, hang on. When we talk about moving this community forward and doing the hard work, dropping bombs in a meeting is not the answer. Doing the real hard work, which you guys do every council meeting, is what you do. The hard work is trying to work through the difficulties and the disagreements and the personalities and moving this forward. I fear that if we continue down this line of attack from one institution to another, we are jeopardizing the well-being and the future of this community years down the road. We may have a problem in front of us right now, and it's a problem we can solve if we're willing to solve it and willing to work together. If we continue some of this fighting that's going on, we're going to jeopardize the well-being of this community in the future. People trusted this council to give them additional tax resources to do the work. And for the first time I can see in a long time, people in this community have some faith in the leadership of this community. Don't trade that in for an immediate victory.
Thank you. All right, anyone else?
Good evening. Sam Conklin, 3808 Cherry Hills Drive. I'm the vice chair of the HutchRec, and I just wanted to speak to, once again, Jackson Allen's comments. And the first thing I'll say is, HutchRec has been operating dutifully in this city for over 75 years. And, in the last, I've only been on the board for a few years, and I can honestly say that we've never been questioned financially. Our integrity has never been questioned. And so this is tough for me to sit there and, talk about. We've had multiple meetings with the city, and I think we're at a point with the city where I think we can move forward. I think the city and HutchRec are happy to move forward together and work on agreements and figure out everything. But I think characterizing that the HutchRec could be just absorbed, it would be a massive miscarriage of justice. I think that you'd be absorbing quite a few programs that the city does not want to operate and would not be more efficient from operating. And I know that because we took over the ball fields a while ago, and when we took those over, that was a several $100,000 subsidy that the city was eating every single year. And we brought that down, and Greg, I believe you were on our board, and we've talked about that before, where we brought those subsidies down to almost nothing. Now, if you look at the numbers, those subsidies are growing, but that's also because we're not turfing those ball fields. But that's also a money problem. That's between the city, and that's something different. But it is worth note that we do operate well, and we do not operate inefficiently. And for how much money we get, we are about as efficient as a program as you will see. If you take away these programs or absorb to entrust that the YMCA, which does not run half the same programming that the rec has, we have the senior center, we have obviously all the festivals. So, if the city is in trouble, those programs go away. We have a number of enrichment programs that the YMCA does not run. So I think just, if you really think about it and really dig into what the rec actually does versus other programming, you'll see that we are not the same, and though some services overlap, we do not overlap constantly. So the inefficiencies you guys are talking about, taking over, would not be a wise use of city facilities. Now, I think I can also speak to the meeting, because I was at the meeting with Jackson, and I do want to address that. We were more frustrated because when he asks for an open records request, and keep in mind, I'm 35, I've never done an open records request, so maybe I'm just a little bit new at this. He got the study that was from 1994 when a study was done from 2011. And I think that's the question that we were asking, is why weren't you given the study why weren't you given the study that said that we should be independent versus you were given the study that says that you should be absorbed? That's where the consternation kind of came in. It was more frustration of how we got the incorrect records, or maybe not incorrect, more so most recent. So that's what I would like to say on that. Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Mary. Oh.
Good evening, Council. Evan Patterson, 105 Roadrunner Lane. I'm also your city engineer, but I'm not here in that capacity right now. I just wanted to come up and talk a little bit about how important I feel that HutchRec is. As a young man growing up in Hutchinson, I participated in HutchRec events. I even worked for HutchRec later on and had some fundamental experiences. And then my children and my wife and I engage in HutchRec events to this day. So I consider it an integral part of the community, and I'm not interested in reducing its footprint. Jackson, I appreciate a young man like yourself asking these big questions, because I think that represents some of the ideas that City Manager Enrico Villegas has brought to the city, where we're questioning some of those things that we've done before. And I'm glad to know we have studied this in the past. I think that's great, because it's 2011 isn't actually that long ago in the evolution of cities. So that's actually a fairly recent study. And it's good, but sometimes the new generations aren't aware of what we've studied before, and it's good to consider what are the assumptions that went into those studies. And I think it's great to have this discussion in an open forum, because then we can all learn and consider whether this is truly the establishment that we want for the two organizations. City Manager Vegas has explained to me his rationale for merging them. It makes sense, but I also don't work in the HutchRec organization, so I'm not aware of all the nuances of what they perform. But I think it's a good question to ask, and I'm glad we're having it here. I think the city would support any of those efforts. I think my coworkers at the city are capable and we can handle it, but I also understand maybe they are served best as two separate organisms. But I did want to stress that I really do appreciate it, Jackson. I want to encourage you to ask questions like this in the future. That's it.
Thanks, Evan.
There was someone else too.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, everyone. Christian Smith, 3200 Garden Grove Parkway. I just wanted to address the topic that seems to be the main topic of tonight, the HutchRec. I was also at that meeting that Jackson Allen was at, and I just wanted to attest the sort of culture that seemed to be front and center during that meeting. We knew that, he knew that we were going to go into hot water, but that's sort of an understatement. It was more like boiling lava based on the director, how he had treated Jackson and how he had treated myself, who I did not ask any questions about the study. I only asked questions about in what ways, I had asked about maybe cutting down the soccer program that they have and maybe seeing if private organizations, or what I should have said was churches, with their ability to get out to their youth, would be able to pick up the slack on those soccer programs. And I had felt from the director and the co-director that they had thought that I was an absolute idiot, basing myself on even asking that question. Mr. Conklin, he was a good man in that meeting, I will say. He was very reserved, did not throw any harsh allegations, but I will attest to Jackson's descriptions of how that meeting seemed to turn out as a third-party member in that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn Fisk, 1815 North Monroe. One more about HutchRec. I'm the current board chair for the HutchRec. I do want to address at that meeting that I, as the board chair, did apologize a couple of times to Jackson and Christian because it did get a little heated in there. And that's not the attitude that we want to give off. I think we do need to remember that our director and co-director are members of this community, and this is their livelihood. And so they're going to get a little worked up about it. And I just do want to comment on that. I also want to say that we're not afraid of a study. I think that's an accusation that I don't appreciate. We're not afraid of a study, but I would love to hear what you think the benefit would be. How could merging the HutchRec into the city actually save money before we spend $30,000 or $40,000 of taxpayers' money to figure that out with a study? Do you have any idea what efficiencies could we cut down on? So that's what I would want to know. But I do just want to say that, again, I do apologize for the harshness of that meeting, but we do have to remember that these are real people with their real jobs and families that live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Karen Neal, 109 Hyde Park. I first started working for Hutchinson down at Elmdale, HutchRec down at Elmdale in 1997. Worked there for a few years and then went on to the board. And I was on the board for, I don't know, a long time, 12 to 14 years, I can't remember. But I would hate to see HutchRec go away. I would hate to see everything that has been put into that organization and everything that they provide to the community gone. I'm sure the city would do a great job running it. The problem is programs will get cut. And I know this because Justin's budget gets cut all the time. Other budgets get cut all the time because we have to. And the more we cut those budgets, then the citizens are the ones that lose out. The residents will not have programs. They won't have festivals. Our elderly who have lunches and everything down at Elmdale, that might get cut. We don't know. And so I would hate to see that happen. I won't speak to the meeting or anything else. The one thing that I will speak to is I feel like this is becoming a personal issue between people and Tony, and I hate that. I think that if people sat down and had a larger conversation with him, they would find that he has the best interests at heart, and he only wants what's best for the community. I was actually on the board when we hired him. It was an absolute no-brainer with all the candidates that we had. And the work that he's done along with everybody else at HutchRec is just remarkable if you take a look at where we started when he joined and where we are now. Not that it matters to anybody, but it matters to me, so I'm going to tell you. HutchRec is known statewide for the programs that they run and what they, all the different things that they start new. They're known on a national level. And I just hate to see all the work that they do disappear for this community, because it'll be our residents that will miss out. So I urge you to really take into consideration what is being placed on the table before you. And also being on the board, I'll speak to what Sam said. We've never had anyone question inefficiencies or any wrongdoings ever in my time on the board when I worked there or on the board. So I don't think there are inefficiencies. I don't think that they run a tight ship. I won't say we, because I'm not on the board anymore, but they run a tight ship, and they are very good stewards of taxpayer money. So I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh.
Hi, Katie Link, 3506 North Lorraine, and I know you guys heard lots of stuff. May I ask a question to clarify? HutchRec, I'm assuming, is covered by tax dollars, and it's part of the government, one of the programs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so.
They are not our budget. We do not control their budget.
Okay, but not you specifically, but the government in general.
No, they are not actually a government.
They're not. They don't make money by our tax dollars or privately owned?
That doesn't, those two things are separate.
Okay.
They are not a governmental.
Okay, but they are funded by taxes, so.
That is true.
Back to what my lovely husband said earlier in his gospel message. I have a kind of a common sense approach to this. I don't know a lot of the stuff going on, but just as an outsider listening to all of this, when tax money is used or the government gets into business and lanes that it shouldn't be in, we end up with tyranny and oppression. And as we can see, there's a lot of grumbling and a lot of problems going on. So just as an idea, privatize the HutchRec. Yes, it'll take hard work. I've heard someone come up here and say that we want to do the hard work. So why not privatize it? I've heard churches take over. Yes, these programs, if the government doesn't offer them and they are desired, let the people do it. Trust your people more. And if there are programs that get cut, it might be because nobody actually uses them. Maybe it's not actually desired by all the people. Maybe it isn't something that we want to continue. If we want to let our money speak for it, or let the churches, the families, the nonprofits come together and do it. Programs for the elderly, those things are wonderful. And if they matter to the people and we want to be a stronger community, we need to let the community do the work. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just can't help the invitation.
Well, I thought that I'd throw it out
And
there.
you know, I pretty quiet most of the time.
Hey, Duke, just give me your name and address.
My name is Duke Duvall. I live at 2501 Canterbury Drive, Hutchinson, Kansas, 67502. My phone, no. Anyways, there's a line. Poor men want to just survive. Rich men want to be kings. And kings, they want to control everything. So we really need to be careful there. It's a fine line. HutchRec, I'm on the board. That's a disclaimer, I'm on the board. We do the best job we can with what we have. We're in budget. We make a lot of children happy in this town. If you can see the kids out there playing on the weekends, kids are happy around this town. And I go to church and everything, but I'm a firm believer in separation of church and state. And so I don't want to get that argument going. But we had, I coached church league softball here in town for years. And that's gone by the wayside. I don't know what happened to that, but it's just gone. And it's too bad that we've seen a lot of programs come and go. And if anything, we need to be building, not tearing down. And I do agree with the audience that our board, our city council, is comprised of some very good members. And I'm proud to say I know them all. And but for, just to get out of this situation I got myself into, remember, before we make any decisions, please think about things carefully. And I made the comment tonight, and I made the comment before. I've been on the HutchRec board for 2.5 years, maybe. Seems like turmoil, and I just want it to end. So if there's personality problems, let's bury them and get it over with. I mean, we're all grown men here, and women. Whew, I got that in. So anyways, but that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I was also at the meeting, and I met with Jackson afterwards, and I had to find out some things myself. The rumor got started that HutchRec was canceling all of their orders through janitorial supply when all it was just the bags. And I was head custodian at Hutch High, and we all know about trash bags. You use a lot, and they are expensive. Anyways, but he is a nice young man, and I hope he goes far, and good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once? All right, Mary. Next item.
Before we do go on to the next item, I have a question for our finance director, Angela Richard, about our budget. If you could come up. This is in the same vein as what we've been talking about for the majority of the evening already. The 2026 adopted budget item, and you don't have to speak perfectly to this because I put you on the spot, but 6.16 is the Hutchinson Recreation Commission. I would imagine that when we include their budget in our budget, as we're required to under state statute, that you are essentially saying that they have been audited, as they're also required under state statute, and you are signing off on their budget as giving it legitimacy. Is that correct?
I'm not signing off that they're audited. They get their own audit and they're in charge of that. So we don't oversee that. I do occasionally check to make sure that they have been audited, but I don't oversee that or monitor that. As far as the budget, they set their own mill levy and we just include it in ours. I make sure that it doesn't exceed what statute or ordinance, I can't remember which, says that it's allowed to be. But other than that, I don't control that in any way.
But budget-wise, you've essentially, by it being included in ours, and we have the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, you're essentially saying that you've reviewed their budget. It meets all statutory requirements.
Other than their mill levy, no.
Mayor, I'd like to call court of order, please. We're not in a hearing on this. Ms. Goss, we will do the hearing. Mayor, would you count me right? We took this off the budget. We're deciding today what we're going to do. Am I right?
Correct.
So we shouldn't discuss anything about money until we call the hearing. If I'm right, I think we decided to go ahead and have the hearing on this, whether we're going to go with the study or not, next council meeting. So there should be no discussion.
When did we decide that?
Yeah, well, I think the mayor pulled it off. Asked the mayor. He pulled it off this thing today. Am I right, Mayor?
No, it got pulled off on Thursday.
Okay.
And so it's going to be a future.
There we go.
discuss.
So no discussion should be allowed until we go to the hearing so both sides can present their, if we go.
I'm not asking anybody to present a side. I'm asking Angela for her professional opinion about our budget.
Well, no, we should discuss.
And I'm
anything.
entitled to 5 minutes as a resident of the city as well.
No, then those discussions should be on it until we go and open the hearing to everybody. So that way, everybody knows to come to the hearing and give their part. This was not an open hearing for this. All it was the young man come up. He stated his thing, why he did what he did, which he did a good job. And we have the board of the rec here, which is great, but this is not a hearing for that. We're not deciding that today.
I'm not asking anybody to decide anything.
Well,
I
I'm just
asked
telling-
Angela for her
but
opinion
the discussion
about
you're
her
having
budget.
is part of the hearing.
No,
And-
it's not.
All right. That's what I call court of order. We are not, this is not a hearing for it, so we should just stop it right here. Thank you.
Well, you answered my question anyway, but thank you, Angela.
All right, Mary, next item.
Item number 5, consent agenda.
Before we go down this, I would like to pull item N off the consent agenda and move it to the actual agenda. Maybe put it into like the item before the report to city officials. So we'd move city officials to 10 and make it 9.
You mean put it as 8F?
No, I put it, well, no, I just moved it, it could go to 9 or 10. I'll probably have to go to 8.
Just make
It
it
would-
No.
8F.
It would be
8F.
new business as 8F.
Yeah, 8F, sorry.
Or we could make it,
I would also like to separate 5J and 5K from the consent agenda. The consent agenda is 194 pages long. It's 80% of our packet. These two things, to me, would be new business, and they should be in Section 8,
Which items were those?
J and K.
you want that where, Stacy?
The.
In new business.
New business.
In whatever order they come to.
Mayor, if you're going to remove those from the consent agenda, you need a motion, a second, and a vote.
Yeah, is there anything else that needs to be moved from the agenda? So I'm looking for a motion to remove those and move them to the new business section.
I move to remove JK and N from the consent agenda and move them to 8 new business.
Second? Okay, I guess we'll leave them on the consent agenda. Is that how it works then?
Yeah.
Any other questions on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I guess I will talk about these points here. The 5J. So this is a brand-new event that we've never held before. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's National Horseshoe Pitchers Association.
Okay, and so they're going to be serving liquor in Rice Park from 10 a.m. on Friday to 5 p.m. on Sunday?
They won't be serving it that long, but they're licensed.
That's the license, is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. those 3 consecutive days. Is that right?
They have caterers who will be providing that service.
Okay, so the packet didn't include like their full application, that's why I had questions. Who's the caterer who's going to hold the liquor license for them?
That doesn't show up in our application.
Okay.
We've indicated a couple of possibilities, but nothing is set in stone yet.
Is that not required under the special event and designated entertainment district?
No.
Ordinance? It's not 18-803?
It is a special entertainment district. They're not required to tell us who their caterer is providing the service.
Okay.
It just allows, the city establishes a district within which their event must occur, and they have to police their own event to keep it within that area. And that's basically to protect them as they have that event, as opposed to, you know, if somebody from ABC shows up, how are you authorized to do this? This is the authorization.
And we do also require $1 million of event insurance?
Insurance, yes.
Okay.
All events.
And that was included in their application?
Yep.
Is it possible that we can change the times of the, what times they're serving?
I suppose we could. We're just setting up the district. That doesn't mean they'll be serving alcohol during all that time.
Right, but it gives them the opportunity to serve alcohol during that entire time.
And that was in their application, correct?
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
We made the hours the same as their event. And it was sponsored by the chamber.
Yeah, I mean, it allows drinking in Rice Park for pretty much the duration of the weekend. I don't like that. That's not something that that we approve of frequently. This is also a new event, which is why I didn't think it should be on the consent agenda. This isn't something that we've ever seen before as a council.
Anything else you'd like to discuss on those other items?
Yeah, I was giving anybody else time to respond. Then on 5K, how do you, is it VIG Industries?
Big Industries.
Okay, so this contract is essentially just a renewal of the contract that was written in 2006?
It's a 3-year extension.
Of the contract that was written in 2006. So the contract that was written in 2006 included a number of items that they paid us for, different things.
They pay us $50,000 a year.
Hold on, I got off of my tab for that. Okay, so do they plan to fund any special projects with this? Oh, it's page 149.
Paul, can I answer that question? Okay, so I'm Erin Patterson. I'm a project manager in the utilities department. VIG Industries, in the 3-year contract extension we've discussed with them, is working with KDHE to modify the consent agreement that VIG Industries has to reduce and or remove the requirements for their reclamation based on their limits. So we've tentatively discussed, we've discussed, and we feel 3 years as an extension is an appropriate amount of time to allow them to work through with KDHE what the modifications are. It's worked for the last 20 years without any issues. We see no reason that 3 years extension without any additional projects or an increase in their costs. We feel that that's reasonable.
So, and I'm not saying it's not. My question is on page 149 of the packet, section 5, it says VIG Industries will pay to the city a total sum of $875,000 to help fund the Fourth and Carry remediation project, which shall be paid in 3 installments as follows, and then separates those out on or before December 31, 2006. So in 2006, they agreed to pay us $875,000. Is that right?
Which they paid.
That's already been paid out.
Right. So my question is simply that was a 5-year contract in '06. This is a 3-year contract in 2026, but we don't have a new provision of them paying us out anything. would it not be advantageous to negotiate
They
something
pay
like
us
that?
$50,000 a year under the contract and have for years,
Correct.
throughout the 20-year period.
Okay, what section is that in this contract?
It's in the original contract.
Okay, what section is that?
Well, you'll have to look it up. I don't have it in front of me.
It's in the packet.
That's right.
Are you, Aaron, aware of where that payment is listed?
I am not. But we're not the only thing we're trying to modify with this amendment is the duration, because the contract expires this year. That was originally signed in 2006, and we would like to leave the situation status quo for the next 3 years as Vig Industries sorts out their reclamation with KDHE. And at this time, we have no need for new projects, such as a new deep disposal well or a new pipeline that would require additional funding from Vig, in my opinion.
And so where is that $50,000 going? Is that going to the general fund?
Yes.
And then my other question was, does any of their testing include the Sunoco wells? Since those would be new since.
No,
This
they're
is-
totally separate from the Sunoco water wells.
Okay, so we're not going to be testing the Sunoco wells at all?
We've tested the Sunoco wells last year as part of our due diligence before we did the water rights purchase.
But they're not being continuously tested the same as our other wells?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, the other thing about Jay was, we have a requirement that these applications come in 60 days out. Come to council 60 days in advance, right? Okay, and this is not 60 days in advance.
It's not far off. It's not till the end of May.
I know that we've made exceptions to that before, to the tune of 3 days.
We have, and I brought up at the last time that we had an application come in that was underneath that timeline, that we should revisit that policy. It hasn't been taken up, but it seems like we're granting exceptions to the rule rather than following the rule periodically, so. Meggers, it was your idea to remove N, as in Nancy, what
So
did you want to
Paul,
respond
correct me
about
on
that?
this if I'm wrong. So on the library board, the mayor is automatically an ex officio member.
I couldn't tell you about the library.
So anyway, but in the bylaws of the HutchRec, it has to be nominated by council to put a ex officio on the HutchRec board.
Says the appointment is made at the discretion of the city council.
So I wanted to pull that out because I think that is a vote or an appointment that needs to be done by the entire council, not just the mayor alone.
You didn't get a second on it to remove it from the
I
consent
know.
agenda.
So that's why, I'm just stating the fact of why I was trying to remove it. So that's my comment on that item. Anybody else have comment on that item?
This isn't a deviation of our typical nominations, though. All nominations, whether to HutchRec, et cetera, when they say that they're approved by the board, or approved by the mayor, are made and approved by the mayor and the council.
So is this something I need to just completely pull off of it at the moment, or do we just, I mean, I'm just asking you a question, because I don't know the answer.
It's up to the governing body, and it's on the consent agenda. No one wants to remove it from the consent agenda
That's not
along with
true.
all
No
these
one. I
other
did.
items. And so.
And he did, but
It's
you
the
didn't
consent
second my
agenda,
motion.
and unless they're going to have a motion to remove some of these items, it's time to vote on this, folks.
We can talk about it.
Well, if you're going to debate about it, then it probably shouldn't be on the consent agenda, but
That
no
was
one
my
wants to
point.
remove it.
That was my point.
So then if that's the case, I guess I'll make a motion to remove it. Can I get a second?
And just
your Give motion me is a to remove second.
N.
Yeah, I'll
almost.
second that.
JK and N?
No, just N. So I have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Mary?
Did you motion?
Yeah.
Who's second?
I did.
Truen?
Yes.
Goss?
No.
Garza?
Yeah.
Fast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
I guess we need to vote on the entire consent agenda now?
Yes.
Needs a motion.
I just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Truen?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
No.
Fast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes. Next item, Mary.
Item number 6, public hearing. Public hearing to consider condemnation of unsafe and dangerous structures.
Good evening, council. Jason Lady, building official. Tonight I bring to you 5 residential structures that we saw at our regular meeting on February 3rd, 2026, where the city council approved and adopted resolutions 2026 R03. So tonight, that was to set the hearing on that February 3rd meeting, and so tonight is the hearing. So the recommendation from staff is that it is recommended that the city council consider adopting resolutions which are attached to this and establish orders for the repair or demolition of structures deemed unsafe and dangerous by the city building official at the following locations: 419 East Avenue F, 1526 East 2nd Avenue, 224 East 3rd Avenue, 213 East 8th Avenue, and 526 West Avenue A. Each structure listed has been determined.
Hold on a second, Jason. Did we have a motion to open the public hearing?
No, I was getting, we need to make a motion to open the public hearing. I thought that was after we listed the addresses.
You want to do that now?
Okay. I need to make a motion to open the public
Was that
hearing.
a point of order, or do we have points of order? Because I was told that we don't have points of order in our meetings, that we don't follow. Okay, we don't use.
We need to open the
okay.
public hearing if it's going to be.
No, I get that. I just wanted to clarify that we don't use point of order or Robert's Rules of Order in our meetings. Okay.
I'd move to open a public hearing, if that's okay.
I'll second it.
Truen?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
Yeah.
Fast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Thank you, council. So each of these structures that I before mentioned there were listed and has been determined through inspection code enforcement process to present significant health, safety, and structural hazards and remains in violation of applicable city codes. Formal adoption of these resolutions will authorize the city to move forward with further enforcement actions, including demolition as necessary. The building official has inspected and identified these properties below and determined that the structures on these properties are unsafe and dangerous as defined in Chapter 21, Article 7, Unsafe and Dangerous Buildings of the Code and Ordinances as adopted by the City of Hutchinson. The structures inspected at the below addresses contain structural hazards as defined in Section 21-701. The structures also present many hazards that affect the health, life safety of individuals who occupy or go into the structures. And I say occupy just because we've had squatters in some of these. We've had to board them up and deal with constant board ups on some of these. So each property has had previous unresolved property maintenance code violations that the owners were notified about. Then I mentioned the February 3rd meeting and the resolution to adopt and set this hearing here today. So the structures in question have been subject to ongoing property maintenance issues, including but not limited to structural deterioration, roof and wall instability, open or unsecured access points, code violations related to health, safety, and habitability. Inspections of these properties were conducted by Building and Neighborhood Services Department, and all the documentation has been provided to the owners from the inspections and the code violations, as well as setting the hearing and notifying the individuals of the hearing. The analysis for this is that these buildings have been deteriorating for several years and are in severe disrepair. The building official has determined that these structures are considered a substandard building and constitute unsafe and dangerous building pursuant to Hutchinson City Code -2701. So the resolutions are presented before you here tonight to the council by the building official, giving a description and location of each of the structures and stating that such structure is unsafe and dangerous pursuant to Hutchinson City Code 21703. Staff recommend proceeding forward in the formal unsafe and dangerous building process, including proper notification to the property owner and consideration of appropriate enforcement or abatement action as provided by the ordinance, including demolition as necessary. For the financial considerations for these, there's no really anticipated financial obligations. We already have it in the 2026 budget, funds set forth for residential condemnation. So there is no anticipated additional funds that staff would be requesting for these. As far as strategic alignment goes, the condemnation and removal of these deteriorated residential structures align with the city's comprehensive plan by supporting key goals related to community appearance, safety, and reinvestment. Strategic Objective 4, invest in gateways to the community and neighborhoods south of 17th Street. This action also positions the department to better support the community priorities identified in the Reno County Housing Needs Assessment. Specifically, to advance the strategies outlined in Chapter 5 of Strong Neighborhoods, Chapter 6, Economic Vitality, by removing unsafe blighted structures that detract from surrounding property values and hinder redevelopment opportunities. The action promotes a safer, more attractive environment and encourages reinvestment in priority areas consistent with the plan's vision for a resilient and vibrant Hutchinson. Again, the recommended action tonight is it is recommended that the City Council consider adopting resolution as presented, establishing orders for the repair or demolition of structures deemed unsafe and dangerous by the city building official. I do have a presentation that we'll go through. Just so we can take a look at some of these structures and discuss each one. This is 419 East Avenue F. This is the first one. The individual that has owned the property is deceased. There's been, I think she passed away in like 1960 or 1976. My apologies. Certified letters for enforcement and for a hearing have been returned, obviously, because there's no one to receive at the property. I have spoke with the son and daughter, son's in Kansas City and daughter in Colorado, and their wishes are to remove the structure. I do want to note here, though, that they have no legal obligation or legal right to this property. It's not been through any court process. The condition of the property, the residence currently vacant. We have a PMC that was open in June 23 of 25. We have 2 property maintenance violations since 2018. Nuisance sent for abatement. We did a board up in June of 25. There is no active utilities at this structure at the moment, and the 2025 taxes are delinquent. These taxes were getting paid. The utilities have been cut off. The son was, one of the sons was living next door. He was paying the taxes and maintaining the utilities, although the building was still in disrepair. You can't see it in these photos, but there's been some trees that have fallen on the back of the house, so there's some pretty significant structural deterioration to this building as well. This is 1526 East 2nd Avenue. Recent activity, staff again has made several attempts to contact the owner with no response to date. Certified letters again for enforcement and this hearing have been returned. The residence again is currently vacant. We have PMC case, 7 property maintenance violations since 2018. We had a board up in 2025, in May of 2025, and there are no active utilities here at this house since 2020. And again, the property taxes are delinquent since 2025. This house here, 224 East 3rd Avenue. Staff again has made several attempts with no response to date. The owner did apply for a permit in June 9th of 2021, and that has since expired. There was a little bit of window replacement. I think he replaced the front door. Past that, he's had no contact with our office, and there's been no work done since then. But that permit did expire in February of 2022. The residence is currently vacant. Again, we have a PMC case that was opened in April of 25. We have 5 property maintenance violations since 2018. We did a board up in May of 2025. There are no active utilities at this structure since 2018, and taxes have been delinquent since 2023. 213 East 8th Avenue. Again, staff has made attempts and to make contact with the owner with no response to date. The residence, again, is currently vacant. Again, we have a PMC that was open in June of 2025, 26 property maintenance violations since 2018 on this property. We did a board up in March of 21. That was done with voluntary compliance at the time. There are no active utilities on this building since 2020, and taxes have been delinquent since 2021. 526 West Avenue A, again, this is our last one here. Staff has made attempts to make contact with the owner with no response to date. We have not received any return letters, but we've had no contact with the owners. Residence is currently vacant. There was fire damage to the interior of this structure. There was a PMC opened in May of 2025 with 14 property maintenance violations since 2018. We did a board up in July of 2025. We've completed multiple reboards due to boards being pulled off and squatters in the building. And so we've had to clear that building on multiple occasions and do reboards. There are no active utilities on the structure since 2023, and the taxes have been delinquent since 2022. And I do want to state again, just so it's on the record, that we have made contact with all these as far as the PMCs are concerned. We've mailed out the letters. We've got some return letters, some, whether they've been, whatever's happened to them, we've had no contact with anyone on any of these properties. And then after the hearing on after the setting of the hearing on February 3rd, we sent out notices to each owner that we were setting this hearing for tonight. And I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
So my question is, and I questioned this and I came to see you about that, is like, what's your process to, because I mean, these are people's properties. What's your process to getting this information out to the correct person who might own the property so that we're doing our due diligence? What's your steps? How many times do you send out letters, et cetera?
So typically, what happens is we get a report of a violation. We go out, we take a look at the property, we write that up, and we open what we call the property maintenance code violation. So we set that property maintenance code violation for a certain number of days, whatever is in the ordinance. And that's dependent on what the violation is. So then we go, and if there's no response from the owner, then we'll have to go to the abatement process. So we send out another notice. And that abatement process is 10 days, but we send out a notice. We send that out to the same way we did before. And then after we do the abatement notice, we have some options on what to do with the property. We could take these properties through the court process, or we can take these properties to abatement. Typically, we don't abate on property maintenance issues because it's usually structural. It's usually something to do with the house itself, its habitability, its whether it's a structural issue or whatever the case may be. So property maintenance issues don't typically go to the court, but they can. So after we do that and we decide that they meet so we'll review each one of these and see if they meet the definition of what the code calls for condemnation. If it meets that definition for condemnation, then we'll board it up, we'll put it on our condemnation list, and proceed from there. Obviously, this is our first 5 when we're talking about our residential here in Hutch. So after that, if we bring any forward to the council, what we do is we go and we have to do investigative work into the property. And make sure that who the property owners are, what's the, what's the actual property details. So we have to get those details and make sure that we have the right property, we have the right owners, we have to do all that work. So after that, we'll slap that on what we call the setting a hearing that we did on February 3rd and list all those out, and then we'll send that to council. We'll set the hearing, and then we take that hearing letter and we send it to the property owners again. There's also some other and all these are done by certified mail. Well, all these right now are done by certified mail. We're looking at changing some of that for costs for city, but all these right now are done by certified mail. So we know whether they've signed for them, whether they've been returned, because we get a lot of letters back.
So you've exhausted trying to reach out to whoever might own this property to make sure we're doing
Yeah.
what we need to. So
Yes.
that was the questions I had when I came to see you, was like going, what do we, because, sometimes you're like going, do that, does it actually get to anybody, or is there somebody that's not there reaching? And so that's
Yeah.
why I wanted to be clear on that.
And the one that you and I specifically talked about, we can pull up the records and see that the individual actually signed for it.
Yes.
So, yeah, and so we watch for that too. We pull up those records. We take a look at each one of those things and make sure that we're doing our due diligence and that we're giving these individuals due process. Because if we miss a step, and I've told my staff that if we miss a step in their due process, then we backtrack. I don't care if we take 4 buildings to the city council. If we miss something on one of these properties, we have to backtrack and make sure that individual gets their due process. So I think that's key to the process and making sure all that happens.
Okay, that's the question I had. Any other questions from council?
I will say that and this isn't a criticism of you and your staff at all, it's kind of a criticism of the state statute, which is that having somebody physically sign for receival, being served by a sheriff, et cetera, those are not provisions of this notification. I do believe that we go above and beyond on all of these, and we've followed the process. This is the exact same process as the atrium, and so this is you guys have a few under your belt at this point. So I, having known the history of these from the packets, and I think the pictures that you showed tonight were kind and did not show the full damage. It's even hard to see the damage from the pictures that we've seen from the packet, because you can't see the true water damage, et cetera. But kudos to your staff for the work the undertaking that I know these demolition projects are.
Well, thank you.
More questions? Any questions from the audience? No? So Jason, do we need to set this, is this public hearing for February 3rd already set then? Or is that something we need to set?
No, tonight was the hearing.
Oh, sorry, tonight.
Yeah,
Good
no,
gracious.
tonight's the hearing. We set the, we set the hearing on February 3rd for
Okay,
tonight.
I was
Yeah.
thinking we were doing it tonight, so, okay.
No, this is the hearing on whether we want to proceed forward. And just to clarify something, what we'll do with this notice that we have now to talk about the process, what we'll do is we take this, we post it again. There's a 60-day process. We'll send each one of these again out to the property owners and notifying them that the council heard this. You did not express anything as the owner, so we have to move forward as a city from here. So they'll know, they'll get notification that what we're going to do, and then at the end of the 60 days, we'll discuss further.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So I'm looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Truman.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Item 7A, consider resolutions condemning unsafe and dangerous structures within the city of Hutchinson, 419 East Avenue A, 1526 East 2nd Avenue, 224 East 3rd Avenue, 213 East 8th Avenue, and 526 West Avenue A.
Any comments, questions? If not, looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve resolutions condemning unsafe and dangerous structures within the city of Hutchinson, 419 East Avenue A, 1526 East 2nd Avenue, 224 East 3rd Avenue, 213 East 8th Avenue, 526 West Avenue A, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Truen?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Item 7B, consider an ordinance amending ordinance 2025-33, authorizing issuance of GO bonds to pay for certain improvements. Memorial Hall Road.
Angela Richard, Director of Finance. In December 2025, we passed ordinance 2025-33 authorizing issuance of GO bonds to pay for the Memorial Hall roof. At that time, with contractor estimates, we estimated that we would need to bond about $200,000 for the project. It was due to storm damage, and insurance did pay us a little over $107,000. After bidding, the results came in higher than we expected at $340,000, so we would need to increase the amount bonded from $200,000 to $260,000 to complete the project. So this is asking that we amend that ordinance and that the total project authorization be increased from $936,000 to $1,092,000. Staff recommends approving the ordinance as presented. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Will we save anything on our insurance once the new roof is installed?
Not likely, no.
Does this work also restore the overhang that was at the front entrance that was damaged in the same storm?
Justin is nodding his head yes.
And is it being restored to how it looked previously? Is it being rebuilt in a different manner? Can you speak to that design?
Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. I think I misunderstood your question. You're the awning that was on the east side of the building.
Yeah.
This will not replace that. We will address that for its historic significance in the design of the renovation. So this will just replace the roof on the main structure.
Okay, so the letter in the ordinance states, quote, public improvements, assuming that that's the roof plus other things that go along with it. What are the other things that are going along with the roof project?
There's nothing else going on with the roof. I'm not sure why it says other improvements.
Well, it's called, quote, public improvements. So I was just looking for a definition of that.
In the ordinance, section 1, item D, it says at Memorial Hall, removal and replacement of existing roof together with all related apparatus. When it references public improvements, it's everything that was included in that ordinance. So there were other projects. There was the city zoo, nature play, the fairgrounds park, and sidewalk improvements. So public improvements is just kind of general term to include all those things.
Okay, because those are being bonded at the same time, but they're not necessarily a part of the Memorial Hall roofing project.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Questions from the audience? I guess if not, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve an ordinance amending ordinance 2025-33, authorizing issuance of GO bonds to pay for certain improvements, Memorial Hall roof, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Truen?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Item 7C, consider an ordinance to levy a 3/4% retailer sales tax.
Paul Brown, City Attorney, you have before you a proposed ordinance to actually levy the tax. This question was submitted to the voters on March 3, 2026, with 2,334 yes votes and 2,178 no votes. In order to impose the tax, we must pass an ordinance levying the tax. And then upon passing that ordinance, it must be published, and then there must be a certified copy of the ordinance along with a certification of the votes cast sent to the Kansas Department of Revenue within 30 days of the passage of the ordinance. We would ask the council to approve the ordinance.
Council have any questions?
I assume we already sent that to the Attorney General or to the board that you just said.
Kansas Department of Revenue? Not yet. You have to pass the ordinance.
So it's not 30 days from the passage of the vote, it's the
It's 30
passage of
days from the
this.
approval of this ordinance.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And is it possible to repeal ordinance 49, the stormwater fee, at this point in time also?
I'll leave that up to the council, and I don't know that there's been discussions about that. One of the considerations you want to make is there could be a gap in revenue, because this won't start till October 1, and we won't receive any funds until December of 2026.
So is it possible to repeal ordinance 49 for a future date, though?
Yes, and you almost have to do that. It's, as I recall, it's part of a charter ordinance, which won't take effect for 60 days, so you can kind of forecast that and pass the ordinance accordingly.
So if we passed the repeal of Charter Ordinance 49 at this meeting for an effective date of January 1, 2027, that would align with when we begin to take in funds from.
It wouldn't be at this meeting.
Why can't it be at this
Because
meeting?
you don't have a proposed ordinance to do it.
We don't have what?
You don't have a proposed ordinance to do it.
To repeal it?
Yeah. You have to have an ordinance, and it's a charter ordinance, and you'll need to have it drafted before you can pass it.
Okay, I asked you how to do that like 6 months ago via email.
Well, but we haven't made a decision as to when that needs to be done, and it's not presented here today.
Okay.
Didn't we promise the voters October 1st?
No, that's when this that's when that takes effect.
Angela Richard, Director of Finance. That was going to be part of my presentation with the next resolution is discussion of when to repeal that. I was going to propose October 1st, the same time that sales tax would go into effect.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
And the reason for that, we have plenty of money in the reserves to kind of stomach not taking in any collections from October until the sales tax kicks in. So it's just really a few months.
I had a question about the, hold on, my screen just refreshed. What page is this on in the packet?
220.
Thanks. So in the ordinance, it seems like before the CIP has always been fairly flexible as far as it kind of ebbs and flows and things are shifted around easily. So on, I think it's page 224, it's the signature page, the section 3 allocation flexibility and change limits. Does this take away any of the flexibility that we have with the CIP?
Are you talking about the resolution?
Yeah, in the resolution. Yeah. It's the second page of the resolution. Is that not a question I can ask, Paul?
Well, that's really for the next item, Councilmember.
Yeah, like, I do have a presentation for this, and was going to discuss all of the resolution.
So I don't know if you want me to jump ahead or if we should approve the
No,
ordinance first.
Let's approve what we have at hand, and then we can move, if you have a presentation for all that. So if there's any more questions that maybe they'll get answered in the next one. Do you have anything on this specific one? Any more?
I'm basing my questions off of what's in the packet.
I understand. So, any questions or comments from the audience on this item? If not on this item, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance to levy a 3/4%, 0.75% retailer sales tax and authorize the mayor to sign.
I second.
Truman?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Item 7D, consider a resolution pertaining to the use and oversight of sales tax proceeds and expenditures.
Angela Richard, Director of Finance. Before you is a resolution proposing how to use and oversight of the sales tax proceeds and expenditures. Again, I'm presenting the ballot question that was approved. The purpose stated in the resolution, it just reinstates what was in the ballot question, that we intend to use this for streets, parks and recreation, and stormwater improvements, and that the intent is to replace the stormwater utility fee. The sales tax would go into effect October 1st, 2026. I would propose expiring the stormwater fee effective the same day. I would advise to expire the stormwater fee at the beginning of a quarter, because if you don't have water, we do bill stormwater quarterly. So that would just make it easier on our billing department if we could do that. We then wouldn't see sales tax collections until December of 2026, but as Enrico stated, we do have reserves in our stormwater fund that could sustain those 2 months that we don't collect any stormwater fees. As a reminder of how we got to this decision, this is what the general fund structural balance would look like, with the blue line being revenue and the green being expenditures, without this sales tax or significant cuts to operations. With the proposed sales tax, our lines start to even out, but as you notice, we're not going to create a significant revenue surplus by collecting this sales tax. So it is warranted that we have some guidelines and some oversight and transparency built in with this sales tax. So my proposal would be that we create a new fund specifically for this 0.75% sales tax. This will help with transparency. It would be a special revenue fund. We would then be able to collect, we would show the collections separately from our normal sales tax, so we would know what we are bringing in. This would help with future budgeting if the sales tax does not get renewed after 10 years. It would also help us track expenditures for clearer reporting and transparency. And again, this establishes the intended use for stormwater, parks, and streets. And since it is still a general sales tax, if any other uses were warranted or needed, they would need to be budgeted and approved by council. This fund would be part of the budget process. It would be part of our operating and capital improvements annual budgeting process. So we would have transparency of where we intend to use those funds during that budgeted year. Staff would recommend projects and uses to City Council, but ultimately City Council would have the final authority of the budget. Any changes to the budget that are material would need to be approved by City Council. So any material reallocations in the budget would come to Council to approve. A new form of budgeting that we intend to introduce with the sales tax is called a hybrid pay-as-you-go system, or pay-go. There are two parts to this. The first part is cash financing, and I think this is really warranted for this sales tax. So we only bond certain projects meeting certain criteria. The rest are paid with cash. So some possible criteria for this, if we were to establish PAYGO for all of our budget, is that we must cash fund maintenance, repairs, projects with shorter lives, but then we would be able to bond new buildings, full street reconstructs, or projects that are more long-term and more substantial. So that's something we want to consider going forward with our budget. The other part of that hybrid PAYGO system would be that any non-budgeted projects must be funded by a reduction of current budget expenditures. The purpose of this is to control spending and to remain in budget. It would control our bonding, and we must reevaluate priorities as these new projects are proposed. And so council would need to approve any non-budgeted projects. Emergencies would be the exception. So how this hybrid PAYGO would apply to the sales tax in this case, we would intend to leave the city in a better position than when we first started collecting the sales tax. That's why we would want to primarily cash finance any projects. If any project were financed, we would want that project to be paid off by the time the sales tax expires. The intent is not to leave debt that we're going to have to fund with other means after the expiration of the sales tax. And then non-budgeted expenditures must be offset by reductions to budgeted expenditures so we can control spending, prevent deficits, and those would require council approval. So staff recommends that council consider the provided resolution and either recommend changes or adopt as presented. I stand for questions.
And I will add, so in terms of the PAYGO and not bonding as much of the work, I've talked with several of my peers across different states, from Texas to the West Coast, and for some of those municipalities or counties, I want to say it was Maricopa County in the state of Nevada, that does not a hybrid PAYGO, but a full-blown PAYGO. Their average debt per citizen was around $1,400, and they were able to reduce that down to $85. And so with the debt that we carry, obviously has long-term interest that also needs to be paid off. And so that's part of what we have to bond or to pay off. And so we want to make sure that for us, we carry around a total of $55 million in debt. So if you divide that by the 40,000 citizens that live here, on the per capita is $1,375. And so hopefully by implementing PAYGO, we can also see a reduction in the amount of debt that each citizen carries. So I'm really excited about this, and hopefully 10 years from now we'll be better off.
I also wanted to point out that if the governor does not veto HB 2745, after talking with bond counsel, that could significantly increase our interest rates, because our bonds wouldn't be considered unlimited, they would be considered limited, because we wouldn't have unlimited authority to raise the mill levy because of the proposed changes to that, that bill includes. So I think now is a good time to consider how we use debt and if we can reduce that.
And also, new construction is not exempt in 2745. And so the implication of that is there would literally be no incentive to grow. Because if you were to add new businesses, you would have to dramatically cut your budget in order to account for any new business that came in. So that is a very real implication of 2745.
By that, you mean like if we took on a new department?
I mean, in this case, I'm just talking purely businesses or anything new to the community.
Any other questions from council? Comments?
Do you have I know you had the projections that you showed on one of your previous slides, the alligator mouth slide as it's been referred to. Do you have a projected growth showing just the sales tax dollars by
So
themselves?
this slide right here is with a flat mill levy and the sales tax for the general fund. I don't have what it would be if, like, we remained revenue neutral. If we did, then that would probably change the balance here, or we would have to decrease expenditures somewhere.
And do you have any projections that show just the sales tax by itself, though?
Oh, like
in
how much we would
relation to-
collect?
Yeah.
I believe over the span of 10 years, it'd be about 107 million. First year starting at somewhere between 9 and 10 million, and then increasing with inflation.
Is that like a spreadsheet or a pivot table that you have that you can manipulate to show different variations? Because like in the reports that we approved at the beginning, the January and February financial reports, our sales tax revenue fluctuates and up and down. And is that something that is a widget that you can manipulate each month, or?
It wouldn't be hard to do. I have it in Excel, and what that forecast is based off of is just like average trends over the last 5 years. So as that fluctuates, I can alter that, yes. In fact, I would need to do that if we're budgeting this as a separate fund. I would need to project what the next year's sales tax collections would be.
Any questions from the audience? If not, looking for a motion on this.
I'll move to approve a resolution pertaining to the use and oversight of the sales tax proceeds and expenditures, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
True.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Bast.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Item 7E, consider an ordinance annexing a tract generally located south of East 23rd Avenue and east of Lucille Drive.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Williams, Director of Community Development. Before you tonight is a petition for annexation by Douglas and Roseanne Vibert for property at Lucille and East 23rd Avenue. They plan to construct a new residence on the property, and they desire city utilities. A requirement to get those utilities is annexation by the city. A preliminary plat is attached to your staff report, and staff recommends approval of the annexation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Is that, I was trying to look at this map, is that off to the northeast, or the southeast? Is that where it's?
It is just north of the airport.
Yeah, I know.
It's the
Is it like
southeast corner.
Yeah, southeast
okay, that's
corner.
what I was-
Yes.
So that's the place where all the greenhouses and everything are at then? Have you seen those?
I have not been up there in a while. I know there was a house there that was demolished, and they're about to build a new house.
I couldn't figure out what was going on there, so,
Yeah.
okay, that's the corner then, okay.
Mr. Williams, you mentioned that this is a requirement for being on the utility. Is that?
It's a city policy that if you want to connect to city water or city utilities, that you need to be annexed.
Okay. And this is like, here's the flight path that we're setting funds aside each year to purchase properties within. I can't remember what that fund's called. And this one's like right here. So
Correct.
what is the chance that the FAA with our airport master plan would ever change the scope of that area that we're trying to save funds and purchase houses within?
I'm not familiar with that project. I do know that this is not within the
Right, it's
area where
not
we're
within,
concerned
it's-
about height of the building.
It's not within the runway protection zone. That's
Right.
what you're talking about.
It's next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
Right at the corner and on the south of that property is one of the north boundaries of the airport, and also
Yes.
to the west.
And so runway protection zones never change? Is that, that's what I'm
I've run
asking.
this by the director of the airports so that he was aware this was happening. He didn't make any comment about that he was concerned or anything, but
Okay. I mean, it sounds like if you buy a house next to the airport, you're aware that it's next to the airport. But I just wanted to understand that zone and make sure that this was outside of it and that that's a static thing. Because I know we were planning to make changes to our runways over the next 5 to 10 years.
I don't have that answer.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Any public comment? If not, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance annexing a tract generally located at the south of East 23rd Avenue and East Lucille Drive, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Truon.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Fast.
Yes.
Maggers.
Yes.
Item 8, new business. A, consider acceptance of a proposal from SFS Architecture for Memorial Hall renovation design services in an amount not to exceed $451,665 plus 2% of construction costs for construction administration.
Good evening, Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. This item is for design services for the renovation to Memorial Hall. Earlier this winter, we received 5 proposals. The scope of the work that was in the RFP was for conceptual drawings, construction documents, specifications, cost estimates, community engagement, bidding assistance and construction management services, and then assistance with monetizing and receiving the historic tax credits that the project will be eligible for. We did receive 5 responses from local architects. We narrowed that down to 3. So the selection committee was myself, Matt Williams, and Dave Sotelo. So of the 5 firms, we narrowed it down to WDM Architects, SFS Architecture, and Focal Design Studio. So we then hosted interviews with all 3, and ultimately all 3 of the selection committee members agreed that SFS presented the strongest case for this project. All 3 consultants did a great job of showing how they could preserve a building and how they could bring it back to historic significance. But what we were most impressed with SFS is their ability to think outside the box and to reuse spaces in a creative way, but still honor the historic nature of the building. So they demonstrated that in several different projects in their interview. Their fees were right in line with the other 2. And so as a group, we really did feel like they were just going to be the best architect for this job. So it is our recommendation to proceed with SFS. Their total amount was $451,665 plus 2% of construction cost. That's for construction management. If the contractor has questions, needs additional drawings, those sorts of things, we'll have the architect on board to answer those questions. This will be eligible for the historic tax credits, so we should be able to receive up to 40% of this back at the end of the project. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Is the 2% of construction cost like in lieu of change orders?
Not necessarily in lieu of change orders. That is to help us manage the project once a contractor is on board. So they have kind of 2 separate buckets. They have the cost to design the project, and then once a contractor is on board, when there's questions, we want the architect to come out and look at things and make sure they're constructing the building as designed. That's also going to be critical in the historic tax credit piece, that they're getting everything documented. So it's not necessarily about change orders, it's during construction.
And that's standard operating practice for a big project.
Was the 2% included in all of the RFPs?
Everybody tackled it a little bit different, but they were right in line with everybody else, yeah.
And in research, that 2% is actually kind of on the low end.
It is. They varied from 2 to 3.5, but then others had less than a design fee. So it was just kind of how they baked it all together. But overall, the overall costs were very similar between the 3. And this process is really a qualifications based. I mean, we take the fee amount into account, but it's really qualifications based. So.
Any more questions from council?
I have a couple questions. So can you speak to why you aren't recommending the lowest bid on this?
We just didn't feel like they presented as well in their interview. Also, their construction administration fee was a little bit higher. So the fees I listed here was just their design fees, so their construction percentage was a little bit higher. And so it's hard to kind of calculate what that's going to be because we don't know the final total of the project.
Any other questions? Questions from the audience? No questions. I'm looking for.
I have another remark about this. So the intent of putting out both RFPs at the same time was essentially so that the RFP for the management company would, if we selected one, that they would be working with this group. So now that we aren't going to have a management company because we didn't have any accepted RFPs on that, the management of this will fall to staff. Is that?
I wouldn't say that would be accurate. I think we can try again with an RFP for management once the building is under construction or getting closer to construction or completion. The feedback we heard was it was very risky for the respondents to the management contract to enter into a contract where they weren't going to be able to sell a venue for 2.5 years. And so as we get closer, the intent would be to reissue that RFP. And during construction, or during design, we will have to maybe reutilize that community engagement that's already baked into this to make sure that we're doing the right pieces for the future use of the building. That is a conversation I had with SFS going into it, with all three of them that we interviewed, was that we don't have that partner from the management perspective, and so we'll have to bake that into the community engagement piece.
So the professional feedback about like how the kitchen should be set up, how concessions should function, that sort of thing, you're going to rely on the architect's input versus an industry input from an industry expert.
And these architects do have experience with similar buildings. That was one of the reasons they were selected. So I think they'll bring some expertise, but obviously the intent was to have the person operating it side by side. But we can wait forever for the design piece of it as well.
You know, you look at this too and you go, okay, so if we don't do this, is what the community asked us to do with this building is renovate it.
Yeah.
So we didn't get any responses really on the actual use of the building or management companies. So I feel like if we don't do this, this building's going to set for another 10 years. We may be in the same spot 10 years from now. So it's one of those things that I think this stuff needs to be fixed. And we've had several people reach out to us going, if the building had X, we would be more willing to rent it, et cetera, too. So I think it gets more use out of the building if we actually go down this road as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a big chunk. It's a big chunk of change to put out there, but this is kind of what we've been asked to do.
Yeah. And this is jumping a little bit ahead, but I've been working on the financing for the actual renovations. I mean, it's going to be a stack of STAR bonds, historic tax credits, and then potentially some general obligation bonds. So the cost to the citizens will be relatively cheap compared to the overall cost of the project.
I will say that one of the promoters I was visiting with, I spent 3 hours with him. He was all in about the building and says, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that. To make money and to make it cash flow. But they didn't have any interest in coming alongside building it out. That's not their lane. And so that was, you alluded to that, but certainly could call on those folks and ask them how we're doing and get some input, like you said, with their engagement piece.
Yeah, we could have a stakeholder group or groups that are just known promoters in the area.
And I know we had a lot of interest in that when we had that open house, people that were interested in actually managing it. but some of those didn't actually show up when we sent it out for RFP either.
Yeah,
So.
I think those are fair questions, Stacy, and I wish in a perfect world it would have worked out that way. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that we
I
got it
think
right.
that and I'm not saying that we don't want to pursue this project. I think philosophically, when we go out for RFPs, even just looking at the next one that we're going to consider, we go with the least expensive. And when it comes to, this is a $31,000 difference between Focal Design Studio and SFS. So when it comes to these intangible, like the studies and architectural and engineering design, that kind of thing, and I know we don't have a policy of going with the lowest bid, but it seems like we take the staff recommendation, and this isn't a critique of you, but we take the staff recommendation. It's somewhere in the middle, because there's some fault found with the lowest bid. But then when it comes to paving the streets, et cetera, it's a race to the bottom. We go with the lowest bid. We expect the best results. And even looking at the statements that we made as a council and as staff members during the sales tax justification, we constantly said the cost of asphalt has gone up 66%. We never said, oh, well, we spent an extra $31,000 on this architectural design. Or we spent, I think with the last Wichita State strategic plan, they were in the middle too. I mean, those are real dollars that we're not saving by going with this when we don't, as a council, maybe understand what the
What was the percent?
comparison is.
Because there's more than just one number here. There's more than just the bid.
Yeah.
There's other things. I mean, maybe if we could figure out what a total apples to
I think that
apples
would
is.
help.
Okay.
And I think better understanding, like you said, this is a funding stack of the historical tax credits, the star bonds. I think that tells us more of a dollar figure of what's that 2% total of versus all I can think of is what we talked about with the star bond. I mean, this says it's 5 million, but I thought just the star bond was, the star was 2.5.
4 million is what's
Okay.
in the star bond, yeah. Yeah, I do want to just push back just a little bit. I think there's a difference between professional services and when we're buying a product. And so there has to be a balance there. We don't always want the cheapest engineer or cheapest architect. I think we can get ourselves in trouble with change orders down the road. So that's why we do a qualifications based and take fee into account. Because I think you can go too far if you just do purely qualifications and you're not counting fee until after the fact. So to me, it's a good meet in the middle, but there is some judgment involved there. So you're right, it's not. In this case, all three probably would do a fine job, but again, I think if we just do bare minimum for design services, I think it'll cost us more money in the long run than what we would save on a design fee.
Well, I don't disagree. I think that this is Memorial Hall renovations is something that we can point to from 30 years ago and say, 30 years ago, this was a $2 million project, and now it's $5 million. And the goalposts have moved as far as what we were wanting and needing to remodel back then, and now, of course, it's a lot more. But, yeah, I'm not saying we don't need to invest in it. It's just something that caught my eye as a philosophical difference between the two bids that are being presented to us back to back.
Evan Patterson, city engineer. So I think this is a very good question, and I think some of what you're trying to get to philosophically has to do a little bit with how we characterize the two different types of work. For purchases or construction contracts, we typically have a very, very narrow range of what we're asking for. If we want somebody to mill and overlay a street, we tell them what we want the mill and the overlay to be. Architectural and engineering services, it's a much more broad spectrum of what we can get, so we're typically looking to choose from the various bids which one lines up with our needs. it'd be as if on a mill and overlay, as if we were asking the contractors to recommend what thickness of milling and overlaying, and we'd get a wide range with those bids as well, and it'd be harder for us to compare apples to apples. With engineering services, it's much more of aligning during the bidding process, whereas during construction contracts, we already know what we want. So that may explain why we're more focused on the technically acceptable lowest cost bid on the construction cost, on the construction contracts. But for, say, for example, design bid, design build projects that are much more wrapped all in to one with the design and the construction, I think you'll find similar variances for those kind of projects that we do with the services contracts as well.
I get that, and I think that to prove the point, it kind of bit us with Woody Seat. I know that we, not me, you guys in engineering provided a lot of additional support to the subs and to the main contractor on those projects.
We did.
Could that have been avoided if we hadn't gone with the lowest bid?
That's right. That's a very, I think it's one of those things that's probably impossible to really forecast, but it's good for us to think about those things, because did we burn $400,000 extra dollars with all those extra services that we did in-house that would make up the difference, or with change orders or other items like that? We actually plan on having a lessons learned meeting about the Woody Seat, because with these bigger projects, it's good to go through that and think, did we make the right choices? And if we need to change our way of selecting, let's take that into account next time. And I'm sure you go through the same process. I mean, you see enough architectural services bids. We're constantly reinventing the way that we select these, because, yeah, it is important. You don't always want the lowest cost, and sometimes you want the highest cost. But it's important to lay out that criteria when you're evaluating these things.
Well, and I'll say too about the Woody Seat contractor, I think collectively we all wanted to give the local contractor a shot.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience?
So I had a chance to actually look into the three architects that these guys picked out. And I have to agree with Justin that, because when you look at what the other guy's project that they worked on, and when you, particularly Justin mentioned in his memorandum about the Joplin Memorial Hall that they worked on in Joplin, Missouri, a town about 50,000 people. They have a memorial hall there that's about a 2,700 capacity, similar to ours. And so they have that experience with putting that room, helping them renovate that room and stuff. So I think on that alone was kind of like, I think what kind of convinced you too. But it also made me look at the same thing that, these guys probably had a little better experience at looking at an auditorium that's similar to ours. And I just want to iterate while we're back in here then that this is why I like the ideal of a let's get back to when we talk about the other RFP for management. So earlier we had talked, Councilman, brought in some national promoters, we're looking at the room also too. And one of those guys went to go work for Venue Works, which is the company that manages the Heartland Arena in Wichita now, the 5,000 capacity room over there. He went to go work for Venue Works. But we talked to Venue Works. I talked to Venue Works and also a couple other companies, and that was the feedback that we got, was that the hall wasn't ready yet for those kind of a management company to come into the hall yet. They said, continue doing the renovations, climate control, AC was a big thing, because this is what their clients expect. This is what they expect when they come into a room. So, good. We're back to this point where We didn't have anybody to hire for a manager, but we're back to the renovation part. Let's get that infrastructure done, and then we'll go back and look at management. But in that meantime, that's why I think that advisory committee composed of people. I was talking to Holly Thomas the other day, and she was giving me all her ideas about how a catering kitchen would work in there, how, what she could use as a catering kitchen, So, she's on the list. But like I said, there's plenty of other people out there that we can go to help us advise and even get back. When these architectures come in, they're going to be wanting that input. We're not just going to, yes, you're right. I think it was Stacy that mentioned or something, but, you're right. We're not just going to leave it to the architects to come in and do whatever they want to do. We want to be able to give what our people want to do with that hall. It's our auditorium, at this point. And so that's why we want to have the voice of where we go and what we do with this room. And we have people here that are ready to give that advice. And that's what I just want to reiterate. That's why we need that advisory committee.
Thanks, Jesse. Any other questions? If not, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the proposal from SFS Architecture for Memorial Hall renovation design service in the amount not to exceed $451,665 plus 2% of the construction cost for construction administration, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Truman?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
I don't know why those are in that order. No.
Item 8B, school zone practices, industry perspective, and recommended path forward.
Can we take a bathroom break?
Hey, sorry, Evan, can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes. No, I'm ready. I'm primed. Of course. Yeah. Yes. Evan Patterson, city engineer. I'm here tonight to introduce our presenter for this topic and to explain a bit of the context for this and where we're at for the department. So tonight, Brad Shores of J Hill will be talking about school zone practices, what's standard for the industry, and what the city of Hutchinson can do going forward. So we've been getting requests for investigations of our road network from all sorts of different sources. And I am worried that we're losing track in my department and not doing a good job of addressing those. So I had proposed last week to City Manager Villegas that we adopt a policy that lets us be consistent, fair, and transparent in our process for responding to all these. So we've determined who's going to handle managing those requests. It's going to be the the director of the Public Works Department, Cecil Weibel, and he'll vet these requests when they come in. And we'll keep track of how many we're responding to, and we'll report on that as an annual basis. So you and the other citizens have some idea of our level of customer service for addressing these. We propose to have a handful of different categories for assessments with different criteria that we use to assess each. We want to have a formal process for reviewing and responding to those, which helps with predictability and transparency for the citizens. We will need to determine cost share on a case-by-case basis because it's hard to have one-size-fits-all for those kinds of cases. And like I said, we want to have some annual reporting so that it's transparent how we're doing on our customer service. Brad will be presenting some general information along with some specific applications for specific requests we've received from USD 308, for example. We have, I think, 3 that I'm aware of from 308 that are still pending. And again, these are ones, we received one over a year ago, so this is the heart of the concern about us not managing responses to these properly. We got the request to look into the school zone over by the high school, I think January 2025, and we still haven't responded. So while we've discussed it with our experts, we don't have a formal response ready for that, but Brad will touch a little bit on that one. We also have a traffic analysis that we performed at Avenue A and Maple, and that one's on me because we did get the response from the consultant, but since the school's future was uncertain based on the bond, I had set it aside at the time and I forgot to go back and check on it. So that's why it's good to move these things onto Cecil's plate and not on mine, so that I'm no longer the bottleneck for responding. And then the third one, last year, we'd agreed to put flashing beacons for the school zone at 3 schools last year. And I think there's some confusion, and I want to clarify that a little bit. We had discussed, I think, looking at flashing beacons at the other schools. I don't know if we'd ever committed, if it's somewhere in the records or the minutes, I'd be happy to address it, but I can't find where we committed to doing 3 a year. And the reason I bring that up is twofold. One is, as Brad will talk, it's not always productive, and sometimes it's counterproductive to put flashing beacons in some of these areas. So I think we want to study them to make sure we're doing it in the right place. And 2, it's not a ton of money. I think it was $36,000 for the 3 sets. But the budget that we pulled from last year, it wasn't something that we planned for, and that traffic signal maintenance budget probably needs every dollar that it can have. So I want to plan for these things if we're going to actually implement them in the future. Now, I do have some proposals on how to do that. We've been responding reactively. We get requests that come in, we try to address those, and I would much rather take a proactive approach. So there are 2 possibilities for that. We received a grant for the Safe Streets for All, or SS4A program, and Brad and I have talked at length about how that program is super flexible, and we could apply it to a citywide study to determine where do we want to address safety for pedestrians, safety for bicyclists. We could tailor it to school zones or other zones. So this is a good opportunity for us to gather some of that data on where we should be addressing safety. We also can use a KDOT program called TEAP, Traffic Engineering Assistance Program, well, they'll come in and they actually perform the study for us. So we put in the request, and they'll analyze an intersection or a segment of a street, and we can use that as a basis for informed decisions for determining where are our tax dollars best spent on increasing the safety for our kids, for bicyclists, for other pedestrians. So if you have any questions for me, I can take those, or I can take them after Brad's presentation. He is a lot more knowledgeable on TEEP and SS4A than me, so you may want to ask him those.
Okay, you ready? You ready?
Yes, sir.
You know I was a senior traffic safety
I do.
technician, all right?
Yes.
All right. Now, these going to be tied into the B phase movement. I mean, your controllers do they have enough room for all that? You know, wherever you're going to put these in, are you going to have to? Your $36,000. Is that just the push buttons, or what are they?
That was just the yellow flashing beacons that I think they're standalone with solar panels and a battery.
So you're going to put up a stand-up one. You're not going to tie it into the controller then.
That's right.
The beacons are going to be right there.
And I'm not going to remember the 3 locations. I know we did 3 sets. So we did 2 flashing beacons, 1 at each end of the school zones for 3 schools. But it was Graber and then 2 others.
It was Graber, Sherman.
HMS 7.
Okay.
A Street.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I apologize. I should have written that down.
And what was the other one, Stacy?
The order has changed from so there's an article with Cecil spoke about what order they were going in, and it's changed since then. But it was Graber. I know Graber has them.
Is it the two middle schools? Okay, yeah.
7 and 8.
There you are.
Okay, yeah, 7 and 8 in Graber, yes.
So actually, $36,000 for 2 beacons, am I right?
It's $6,000 per beacon, so you get $12,000 for a set, and then since we did 3, it's 3 times 12.
So we're in a battery backup system with a time clock, correct? The time clock will turn it on and turn it off, correct?
Good evening, Council. Yeah, so it has its own internal timing system. It can be scheduled out to, I think, 12 months in advance. I think it can actually hold 2 years' worth of data, but we don't like that because we want to make sure we're right with what the schools change for their weekends, for holidays and other in-service days. So we do a year at a time. We get that information from the school, but yeah, battery backup, solar panel, and has a year worth of data.
Okay, now, how far are these beacons from the regular traffic controller? How far are they from that?
Some of these, there's no traffic control around it at all.
Okay, so that's just all by...
It's a standalone unit, yep.
So it's going to be a solar power, battery backup?
Yep.
And it will, yeah, okay. You do know the traffic lights, the beacons that you put by a controller, you can go off that controller.
Yeah, most of these had nothing to do, most of these were in areas that didn't have any kind of other traffic light.
Okay.
It just marked the school zone and a reduction in speed on most of the school zones.
Okay.
Yeah, they're at the beginning and end of the school zone, which is baked into one of our ordinances.
Okay. All right, well, you made it to the test. Thank you. Don't go too far.
So are you ready for Brad's presentation?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, staff. My goal tonight is to just kind of give you a synthesis of what I've learned from traffic engineers, Brad Shore's JO Consulting Group. Not a traffic engineer, talked to 5 traffic engineers multiple times, and I've kind of put this presentation together to just share with you what they consider the state-of-the-art of school zones to be. Don't have any other text on this slide for a reason why this is important. Just want to pause, and this is important because we're talking about the safety of our kids. That's why we're talking about school zones and these issues. There's a gentleman that works for our company who was traffic engineer for City of Lincoln. He has presented internally to our company at large. And when he does this slide, he has a small shoe of a little girl. And so when he responded to a fatality incident, she was a victim. And so that's stuck with him. It will never leave him. And we do this because safety matters. So common sense, you guys know this already. You have sidewalk crossings. Sidewalk crossing does not necessarily mean it's a school zone. Typically, the school zone is delineated by signage. There can be pavement markings and other treatments that will show that.
And then within a school zone, you do not have to have, but you can have a speed reduction zone. And that's typically identified also by signage, and we have some more slides that talk about it later on. There are MUTCD guidelines, and there is actually a single state statute that applies. Really, the only thing that we cannot violate is that state statute. That is a law that we have to adhere to, and we try to adhere to the MUTCD as much as possible. Some examples: top left photo, sidewalks, not a school zone. Top right photo, these are around one of your elementary schools. Top right photo, school zone, not a speed reduction zone. And then bottom photo, school zone that is a speed reduction zone. I'll just point you to the small sign. Now this is a blurry Google Street View screen capture, but that small sign is telling drivers, what times that reduced speed limit applies. And that's going to be relevant to the rest of this conversation because it's a small sign, it's pretty hard to read. We did an inventory of your school zones just based on Google Maps. You have done some action in the past 2 years, so this needs a little updating. This shows you what we found to be every school that we could find. And listen, this hasn't been vetted by the city staff, so we might be missing something. But yellow is school zones, orange is school zones with speed reduction, red is the school zone speed reduction with flashers. And again, this is Google Street View. It's not going to capture stuff you did for the 3 schools last year.
I have a question on this slide.
Please.
The orange on the top and yellow on the bottom square, it's kind of in the middle. Is that a HutchRec, Graber, and CTEA?
This here?
Mm-hmm.
I would hope the staff could help me.
I think that is, yeah.
There's no school zone there, though.
There's not a school zone on 7th Chip.
Okay.
That was the one that was requested that we have.
Or on 15th, that arrow kind of shaped line. I don't know.
The one you had him point at, that would be Graber.
Graber would be the orange.
The 17th and.
But there is no school zone on 15th Circle, which is CTEA, Plaza Parkway, which is CTEA. That would be that yellow in the middle. And then 7th and 11th Street does not have a school zone either.
So clearly I need to get with Cecil and we need to do another run at this and correct it.
Then the yellow Plum, Holy Cross's school zone is not on Plum. It is only on the east side street. Independence Street, thank you. Theirs is only on Independence.
Okay. I guess we provided this map just so we could start to get a feel of what's happening in the city. We have not made any decisions based off of this map. So if it has mistakes, it has not influenced any decisions we've made.
Okay.
Thank you for catching it, though. So when you make a school zone, you're going to see a later slide that says there's not one size fits all here. A number of communities do this different ways. This approach here, I think, is pretty close to what Hutchinson is doing, although your corrections to the previous slide make me doubt that a little bit. So one working definition, the school property boundary plus streets and intersections adjacent to the school property. So in this hypothetical example, if you have non-school property on the southwest corner of that block, then it would not be a school zone in front of that. And if I go back a slide, I do think that up here, sorry for the videos, you can't see where I'm pointing, but that would be representative. You're being consistent with that approach because there's a line of residential homes there, and so by that definition, it's not on the school boundary. That doesn't mean you can't make it a school zone. This is just one working definition of how to apply that. As an aside, City of Lawrence, just to show you what a sister community is doing, they say they will not do it for junior and senior highs. They are only doing it for elementary students, elementary schools. That is not Hutch's approach. That is not other communities' approaches. Just sharing that there's a diversity here, and we're trying to synthesize some best practices for you. So within a school zone, when to make a speed reduction, again, every city is different. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to have a crosswalk there, in our opinion. The type of road, whether it's an arterial, collector, or local, is a factor, but it's not an absolute. And City of Lawrence aside, our traffic engineers would tend to agree that age is a factor, but it's not, none of these are absolutes. There's a lot of context-sensitive decisions that go into when and where to do school zones and speed reductions. Here's the state statute we talked about. You can't go less than 20 miles an hour, so you cannot speed reduce, you cannot sign 15 miles an hour. That is a state law. So what are good practices, in our opinion, around speed reduction? Where do we have frequent student crossings? That should drive speed reduction locations. Where are higher speeds on collectors and arterials typically? That can drive where we want to put speed reductions. And if we don't have, we may not actually have crossings, but where do we have a lot of activity? Don't get confused in the bottom left thing. We're not talking about high schools. We're just saying where is there high activity around a school. We're talking about frequent drop-off, pickup. Where do we have lots of kid activity? This is an area we want to be sensitive more about. That can indicate a need for a speed reduction. And younger students. So we are, although we wouldn't necessarily recommend an absolute blanket like statement like City of Lawrence does, we want to be sensitive to the lack of spatial awareness, the speed, the tendency of our younger students to jump out into the street when we're thinking that why would they do that? Speed reduction, effective treatments. One thing I want you to hear very clearly is there was a synthesis, an agreement amongst all of our traffic engineers that we do like flashing beacons, and that's why I brought up the small sign to you. If you just think about you're driving on a road, oh, it's a school zone, there's a speed reduction that says 20, but when do those hours apply? Now you're trying to read that little sign, then you're looking at the clock on your car, and you've had your eyes off the road where they need to be for an extended period of time. So as a general rule, we actually are fans of flashing beacons within speed reduction zones. So that's maybe the good news. Here's where you can get mad at me. We want to be careful and not overuse it, and I'm going to talk about it here more on another slide. Speed feedback signs is another option. You know, you're driving this fast and it's telling you how fast you're going. That can be very effective, even more expensive. There are paints you can do on crosswalks, and all of these have cost considerations, and that's a reality of the world we live in. Here's where I want to, what I just mentioned on the previous slide, I want to dig into a little bit more. So some cautions our traffic engineers had for this council. When we're on an arterial, so think about one of your major roads, in Wichita, they're every mile, they're not quite that here, but on our major roads with heaviest traffic, particularly when they're signalized, we want to be careful about just saying, hey, this is a good spot for a speed reduction. In our opinion, that can actually be less safe. And why are we doing all of this? Because safety matters. And it can interfere with the operation and how the signal was set up to be timed. It can have other issues, and so it could be a location for a speed reduction, but we want to be careful on signalized arterials. If you don't get anything else from this, the middle bullet or the middle box is what I want you to hear from me. You don't want to overuse speed reductions. So what I have learned talking to traffic engineers for many years is that I say 90% of traffic engineering, I'm sure that's overstating it, but a lot of traffic engineering, surprisingly, is psychology. So let me give you a quick example. In Missouri, there used to be a trend, for whatever reason, that I personally experienced. They put stop signs everywhere. And so you'd go to an intersection, stop sign, and there's no cars. And so you drive this stop sign over and over, day in, day out. There's never any cars you're waiting on. And so what do you start doing? You start rolling through the stop. You start ignoring the stop sign. Okay? And from a safety perspective, not a big deal. But the unfortunate reality of human nature and behavior is what you're doing at that intersection with that stop sign that is not warranted, Now at another intersection that has heavy traffic where that stop sign is warranted, you already have trained your brain to roll through that stop sign. So you come to that other location and now you're rolling through. What does this have to do here? If you, it's not, in my mind anyway, it's not as an extreme connection, but if you are putting speed reduction zones where they're not warranted, drivers will be driving, and particularly if they're driving the same corridor over and over again, and they never are seeing young kids, or never seeing kids, period, they're training themselves that that speed reduction doesn't matter. It's bogus. And unfortunately, you're training them to ignore it in another location where it is needed. Driver apathy matters. Overuse matters. We don't want to just blanket apply speed reduction zones where they're not needed. And that's where this engineering effort and the Safe Streets for All that Evan talked about can come into play. There was a specific request, and it may be warranted, it may be viable to do a longer corridor of a speed reduction or a school zone. Typically, we're not doing long corridors. We want to be contained to the block and maybe the approach to the block. However, the request, the school stretch there on Severance is quite long, so it is going to be a long corridor just because. This is going to be hard to understand, but just sharing sister communities, what their policy is on when to do a speed reduction zone. I'm going to translate for you. If you got a lot of students but not a lot of cars, they'll do it. If you don't have a lot of students but you have quite a bit of traffic, then they want a speed reduction. So when they're talking about safe gaps per minute, that's what that language, it's really relating to the number of vehicles traveling that road. So that's guidelines they use, just for your information. In Lincoln, what they've adopted, City of Lincoln, they will do signage only when the road is posted 25 miles an hour. They're not doing further speed reduction. They're not doing flashing beacons. Only when it's 30 to 35 miles an hour, they're doing flashing beacons for a speed reduction zone. If it's a 40 plus, again, this is that arterial kind of situation, they want to look at it. They're not going to make a blanket decision here. They're going to do an engineering study for every arterial. I appreciate your patience. We're almost done. Our recommendation in JEO as engineers and as traffic engineers is let's have a consistent approach. We do think that flashing beacons in speed reduction areas is a good idea. Obviously, there's budgeting considerations that have to happen, and the point that might not be popular is let's make sure that our speed reduction areas are where they are justified from an engineering perspective. And I promise you, we don't have an agenda to eliminate them entirely. And they may all be in the right place. We have not done the engineering evaluation, but we think this should be part of the consideration. And then I think this is my last slide. So Safe Streets for All, you have won this grant with the feds. You have not implemented, selected the consultant for it yet. This is a different program than Safe Routes to School. They get confused a lot, so I just wanted to point that out. So there are 3 different types of programs within Safe Streets for All. You've won the action plan, which is a study. So your grant with the feds is basically a $200,000 study. My belief is that you're on the hook for 20% of that. So $40K gets you a $200K study. And there are some things you're going to have to do with that study, but you have a lot of freedom on what you prioritize within that study. And one of the things you could choose to do is prioritize the school zone and speed reduction with that study. What's really nice about that study is it provides opportunity for public engagement. So you can develop a consistent approach, you can coordinate and engage your schools with that study. Think about, if you put the RFQ out tomorrow, you could have a consultant on board within 2 months, and you could have a study complete within 12 to 14 months of today. Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Can you go back to your previous slide?
Previous slide, yep.
Or maybe it was one before. Sorry, okay,
I've
so.
been going fast.
Your recommendation is to do an engineering study when it's 40 plus miles per hour?
Nope, not my recommendation.
Okay,
I'm
that's
just sharing
their
what City of
example.
Lincoln does.
Okay.
Yep.
And the grant would fund a study even if we're not 40 miles an hour?
Yeah, so the SS4A, you're going to have some freedom to choose how to do it. What I'm just envisioning is, let's tackle this whole issue. Where are school zones, where are speed reductions, and what treatments with speed reductions? And do that for your entire community. And that could be done under the Safe Streets for All program. And we could engage, anyway, did I answer your question?
Yeah, but isn't the MUTCD recommendation for warranting flashing beacons if you're 35 miles an hour or above? And we only have 2 that were warranted, which is Union Valley and Plum Creek. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but they were red on your very first map. So
Yeah.
we've already done those. So I think the question is, are those funds available to study unwarranted?
I am not aware of an MUTCD, and maybe you found something that I need to look at, but I'm not aware of an MUTCD requirement saying, whereas with traffic signals and stop signs, there are warrants.
Right.
I'm not aware of a warranting condition on flashing beacons.
Okay, well, one was just referenced to me via email the other day.
Okay, I would need
But
to look
I-
at that and dig more into that. I'm not, that never came up in my conversations with the 5 traffic engineers.
Okay, so
And they
there is
were
no warrant
supportive.
required for beacons.
That is my understanding for flashing beacons
That
and
is
speed
very good
reduction
to know.
zones. If I'm wrong, I will email staff and that will get to you. We'll check on that. So you could use this, you could engage it with your schools. We haven't talked about police and enforcement. That's a component here. And this would be, again, a great opportunity to make sure they have a seat at the table, and whatever that policy is, you're coordinating with them. And there's an education piece, and we have someone associated with the school system here, but I think the education piece can get missed in the Safe Streets for All. If you just think about if we could create some flyers, some resources to go into the school community to educate our teenage boy drivers like my sons on good driving habits, man, we might have saved a lot more lives than every flashing beacon we put in the city. So education is a component there as well, and I'll stand for questions.
Recently in Kansas City, Missouri, they added a new law that banned right turn on red in school zones. That would only impact a handful of our schools. Is that something that would require, is that a blanket law application that we could use, or would that be against your general recommendations?
Yeah, so this is where I wish I had because I'm not a traffic engineer. I would say if KCMO has done it, obviously it can be done, and that could be a tool in Hutch's toolbox. I'd like to get our traffic engineers or whoever your SS4A consultant is to weigh in on that. But do they think that this would have a measurable safety benefit for your community? I don't know the answer to that.
Well, okay. Well, I believe you're here tonight because I had sent an email and asked if we could talk about that as a council, and then I had also asked for engineering to look specifically at the Allen School school zone on Monroe because it's a problem, and then Trinity had, or not Trinity, Holy Cross had questions about issues that they have, and then the 308 request for consideration of a school zone addition or a pedestrian push button signal on Severance that was requested for consideration over a year ago. So I was asking for follow-up on that, and we get this presentation tonight.
And okay, and I don't want to speak for staff. I think we can certainly look on a case-by-case basis at all of those, but we knew that there was this SS4A opportunity where you're paying 20 cents on the dollar to do that. And so we wanted to both present to you high level, kind of what we view as good practices, and then share that SS4A grant could be a fantastic opportunity to specifically look at all of those.
Yeah.
Well, you not being a traffic engineer, you did a good job. All right. And I was the same question. I know you had to have warrants for traffic lights, and she just
Right.
asked you the question. As far as I know, there's no warrant for flashing lights. And the
Fine,
same
yeah.
study, what you're saying through, you have to go through the study and go through the whole thing like you're doing. And to make it say that we do need a beacon light here or wherever. And also, I like to say, if it's gonna help the school, then fellow council member, I think the schools should be half. If it costs 30,000, they should pay 15,000. It's not just us, it's helping the school more than ever. And of course, it's helping the people, kids that walk that block too, I assume. But are those lights gonna be turned on during the weekends? Is it-
No.
Which lights in particular? Are you talking about the flashing beacons?
Yes, sir.
They should be off on the weekends. They should be off, if they get programmed correctly, they should be off any day, anytime school's not in session for normal days. If it's something that wasn't in the calendar, then we can't, like a snow day, they would still flash on that. But yeah, it should be in the system for anything else to be off when the school's not in session.
You do know that I built some of those lights up there at the college. You can build them on your own. You do know that.
We've looked into it. This part of what we looked into to do this, and I don't have the exact cost, but we looked into purchasing these was cheaper in the long term because of long-term maintenance of running power to these areas that they weren't.
Build the battery backup.
I'd have to look into that. I don't know if we looked into the battery backup ones, but we did look into what it would cost, and what we kind of found was these were turnkey. They were pretty easy to install, and they helped us set up, especially some of the calendar settings that are within it. I think that was one of the biggest purchases was that processor just for that part.
Yeah, I know
And
the
they were
process.
warranted. They were warranted for
They
quite
have
a while.
they do have
I
a
remember that.
couple year warranty on the
Yeah, I
machine itself.
know the clocks you put in them. The ETAs, you recognize that name, the ETA?
I've heard of it. Right now I'm
Okay.
drawing
Well,
a little blank.
You answered me. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
I should have asked this as staff before I came up here. So I guess if I have an ask, your SS4A grant that you've won, if I could, just very quickly, its goal is to improve safety for your entire community. Believe it or not, $200,000, there's a lot of analysis that can be done. You're not going to be able to do everything with the grant you have. You do have opportunities to get other SS4A grants. There's no guarantee you'll get them, but there are additional studies you can ask for to try and be more comprehensive. So I'm speaking for staff, and they can get mad at me if I'm getting out of my lane here, but when the staff goes forward with the SS4A grant, is this a priority issue that you think is warranted to be looked at in that study? School zones and speed reduction?
Is this the grant from 2023?
I think so, yes.
And we've just never used these funds?
So there's layers to that. Some of it was you had to work with negotiating the contract with the state, and that was taking a very long time.
Okay. Have any of the other communities who won the grant in 23 used their funds?
Yes, and we've helped two or three communities almost complete SS4A grant. So I guess if I can, I'll ask that question again. Should this be a priority within the SS4A?
No, the only problem that I have is the cost of it. That's why I'm bringing up the schools, you pay half the cost. That's the only problem I have. I don't know how the other council members feel about that. They're the ones the school zone's gonna be turned off during the week. So I don't know how you other four feel about that.
So this would be the third time that we've really considered this as a question before council, because it came up when I was vice mayor, it came up when I was mayor, and now it's coming up again. And those first two times, we talked about moving forward without the schools paying for the cost of the devices and the installation. I mean, that's how we decided to move forward. So changing how we're moving forward and going back to say, and we're gonna ask for money now, to me, feels like we're reneging on what we've already committed to doing.
Well, it's a different budget time, it's a budget, different budget. We can't change our mind. We can say that since it's their schools and everything else, that we can say they need to pay half. I don't know how the other three feel about that, but that's how I feel. So I don't know, maybe we'll bring this up at another time. Here he comes.
I think I got out of my lane. I should.
If I may make a suggestion, if we do prioritize this particular topic and have the school zones of focuses of the SS4A, that would, I think, result in some kind of an identification of rough costs associated with the recommendations. It may be something that helps us decide whether that would warrant some kind of cost share. If they recommend only a couple of different instances when we need flashing beacons, that's a fairly small amount, and I think it'd be easy for us to justify. But if we come up with $1 million worth of infrastructure that they say is needed, maybe we do need to talk about, do the other organizations in the community chip in on some of those? So if that helps us, we may be able to defer some of that cost share discussion until we get an idea of the scale of the problem. I don't know if that makes sense.
Right, and what I'm saying is the beacons that we've already committed to installing, which was a total of 9, 3 over the course of 3 years, 3 separate years, we've already committed to that and had that discussion as a council. I feel like.
I don't remember committing to that.
That's what we've tried, and that's come up, because we committed to 3 last year.
That's correct.
And then we were gonna study the others.
Correct.
And if I'm missing the part where we committed to those, I apologize, and we'd be happy to budget it, but we can't find that. And it's starting to get to the point where it's piling up to now 6 figures, and that's the threshold where I start to get nervous about, like I said, pulling from this
I
pool
don't
of traffic.
remember approving that, and I also haven't seen a parade of people from USD 308 or Holy Cross or whoever that is asking for this. That means a lot to me when somebody stands at the podium and says this, that, or the other thing. I know we had an officer come in and talk about, the Graber speed and the flashing lights, the need for there. I know that when we were going to take a signal out at Lucille, we had a parade of people. I just don't see, of course, children's safety is a very concerning thing. I want to do that. That's fine, but I don't remember ever approving it. I would love to hear from Dr. Johnson on where she, I called her about one thing, the one-way in front of Graber, and she's like, no, that's not what we want.
Right, because that project was taken, that was when Mary Grace was the interim manager. That project was presented to the school district as we're going to do this project and turn the sole one-way street, which is Cleveland in front of Graber. We're going to turn that into a 2-way street. And then engineering came back, and I have the whole email chain. I'd be happy to forward you. The email or the bids from engineering came back, and they were higher than what was budgeted. So then they said to the school district, why don't you chip in on this? And the school district said, hey, it was your idea. If you want to do it, go ahead. But if not, this wasn't our idea. So now it's still a one-way, which is,
Well, who brought it to council?
Who brought what to council?
Who brought having 2-way street in front of
That
Graber?
was never brought to council.
Okay, that was just something that staff decided we would
Engineering
do.
took that to the school district and said, we have this idea to turn this into a 2-way street. It required redoing the light,
history,
adding a turn lane, et cetera.
Justin Karam, construction manager. What I recall from that was once we had chip sealed that road, it covered up the existing crosswalks, and the school reached out requesting those to be restriped with updated ProAg where sidewalks and ramps had to be attached. We started looking at that and determined that we could not just replace the crosswalks. So our determination was the safest way to get the kids across the street was to get them to be let out on the correct side or on the school side of the road, and that's what led down the path as you described.
Right, because there was no curb cut on the west side of Cleveland. That was the problem. That was why the the crosswalk blocks couldn't just be repainted.
Yeah, because they would have to be, 8A ramps would have been added, and then sidewalk would have had to been connected, and then it has to go somewhere. We can't
Right.
put 8A ramps to nowhere anymore. So with those additional costs, that's what steered engineering into looking at the solution that you're talking.
Right, and then,
But
but
were those-
none of that,
I'm sorry.
but when the district says, hey, can you repaint the blocks to mark the crosswalk that have always been there forever and ever, and have been repainted by the city for a long time, and then all of a sudden, they didn't get painted one year, so they were in pretty rough shape. So then my assumption of this is that the district said, hey, can you guys repaint this? And that's when engineers swooped in and said, hey, we can't, but here's this other kind of a pie-in-the-sky project that nobody asked for. And then said to the school district, well, this is like $60,000 and it wasn't budgeted for. How about you guys fork up half? And the district pushed back and said, it was your idea, you should pay for it.
Go ahead. So that doesn't sound like a bad process, though, to me. I mean, that's the way sometimes we do investigate cases, and, I mean, if the cost had been less, maybe it wouldn't have been an issue, but that to me seems like the process we do want to follow, is that we had someone identify a problem, and we came up with a fix, and it was just too expensive. So is that what we want to do? I mean, to me, that's what engineering wants to do, is interrogate what kinds of options there are. I wasn't here during the design process, so I'm not sure
What
what all
did we
we
do to
chose.
fix Pershing or whatever street that is over there? What did we do to fix that?
Pershing, what's Pershing?
Which one's
In front of
Pershing?
Graber.
Cleveland.
Cleveland, in front of Graber.
Nothing has been done.
We haven't painted a crosswalk or anything?
No, because the ADA regulations changed, and we
Because
can't.
there's no
Okay.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
When does
Gotcha.
when did
And
the
curb cut.
sidewalks get? I mean, because there are some crossings on this Google on some of these locations. Which ones got removed then? Was there some that got removed, or is
Justin had that one.
It's the middle of the block one.
Is that what it is?
It goes
Yeah, without
to
Google Maps,
16th.
I'm not sure I could.
Yeah, if you're turning off of 17th, it is that first street. There was a crossing there, I believe, and then I think there were some farther ones to, I believe that would be.
15th.
Was it on the
Yeah.
north side? Was it on the north side of the cross versus south side? Because that south side is there. And I'm assuming that would be the north side that probably got removed. would be my
Right, it's
guess.
been repainted. The city did not repaint it.
Who repainted it?
I have no idea, but it's been repainted. And this conversation came up last, I won't say it was the last, but there's a HutchPost article quoting Cecil about prioritizing Graber. He says Graber, Allen, and then HMS 8, and then he says, HMS 7, and then he says HMS 8 and the high school are both on arterials. So that was November 7th of 2024. And then there's another article from May 17th of 2025, which I believe was the announcement from the city. And I know there's an email chain between me and Cecil about the next 3 that were going to be installed.
Okay.
So it's been talked about it.
It has been talked about, and I knew we were looking at potentially more. We wanted to see where those would be, because there's the other end of, are they needed? And we don't want to put lights out where they weren't needed. We wanted to get an expert opinion on those. But we never budgeted for 3 additional yet, because we didn't have locations set out. I know the school zone that was asked for the high school is way outside of the normal of what we would put at any other school around here. I believe it wants to go from like the 900 block to past 17th Street, which puts it from basically 9th up to a block, about half a block past 17th, and that's completely outside of what would be normal in a school zone. It touches 3 residential blocks that have nothing to do with the school. So we wanted to verify that with a traffic engineer on how do we do that, because there's a lot of side streets that would come into that, which is additional signage that you have to put into all those areas. The other question that you had about a push-button crosswalk, we looked into that as well, and we have to get pricing on that because it falls into the same category we ran into with Cleveland. There's no sidewalks on the other side of Severance. So we can't have a crosswalk legally that crosses to nothing. So we'd have to put sidewalks in and make sure we have easements. I don't think is an issue, but we would definitely make sure that there is easements that we would need to put sidewalks in, and then what is the cost to put those in, and where would they go? So it's not that we don't want to, we just want to make sure we're doing it right and we're not wasting taxpayer dollars, and we're not putting these in a method that could get us in trouble later if we don't put them in correctly. And I don't know who repainted the one on Cleveland, but we should probably find out, because that probably could come back if somebody tried to blame that back on the city or the school for it doesn't meet ADA standards.
Yeah, I mean, that, the request from Superintendent Dr. Johnson to Enrico was sent over a year ago. I feel like if there's a need for communication, it should be taken up with the district. I don't speak for the district when I sit here. My emails about the Allen school zone and school zones in general are because I drive these every single day during
Mr. Mayor,
drop-off.
we are here to discuss a recommended path forward, not what Ms. Goss's emails are and what she wants. I think we need to let staff discuss this a little bit more and possibly look at hiring the consultant so that we can make a proper decision on this.
So, yeah, I agree. We probably should make this an actual item on the agenda to look into all of this as well.
I think in listening to this gentleman, he's got a lot of good points.
If you would let me finish what I was going to say.
I don't think you need to finish.
I think I do, actually.
We're not here to discuss what you want. We're not talking about Cleveland. We're not talking about the school zones. We're talking about
I didn't bring that up initially. Mr. Garza did, and I will finish what I was going to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Finish what you have to say, then we're going to move on.
Great, we can move on at any time. I still plan on finishing what I was going to say. My point was that the request that was put in from HPD and Dr. Johnson followed the protocol for what we had in place a year ago. And so if we do consider a new policy, I think that the requests that we've received up to this point should be considered based on the policy that was in place when those requests were put in place.
Do you mind clarifying, because I'm not sure what policy are you referring to?
Are you talking about the nine that are supposed to be in play?
Yeah, and
Like
I apologize.
I mean, is that what you're asking about?
I was told not to talk anymore, so I don't really want to clarify.
So I guess we need to
you guys
find
can
out-
just go ahead and speak for me.
I haven't been able to find a policy, because I was curious about that too. What was our previous policy? And I have some drafts, but I can't find a policy that we had. There was some rather rapid turnover, so maybe I'm just not finding it. But if we had a policy before Cecil and I were in our positions, I don't know it regarding our approach to cost sharing on any particular items. I still think it's based on a case-by-case basis on need, and that's what I'd like to do, because that helps us determine, is it a case where maybe there's a infrastructure upgrade and it does provide safety, but the opportunity cost of those dollars could be better spent somewhere else. That's
I
why
wasn't explicitly talking about dollars. My consideration is about a policy that Mr. Villegas referenced in email, which now I don't know if it exists or not, about beacons being warranted. And,
okay.
And so I don't know what this policy is. If you say it doesn't exist, then I'm curious to learn more about what the current policy is, because I believe if we're going to adopt a new policy or hire an expert to draft a new policy, we should have an understanding of what our current policy is.
So we just basically need to come up with all this information and actually have it in a presentation. I guess maybe, I wouldn't say the next council meeting, but somewhere, because this is a path forward where we need to go and establishing that. And I appreciate the information you guys have brought.
I'm happy to look some more and see if we had a policy. At some point, it's something where I think maybe we just, if I can't find anything, are you willing to accept my word on that and we can work going forward?
Yeah,
and
I
will
mean,
do my best.
the policy referenced was that all requests need to come from the superintendent. This is the practice that was followed when HPD presented
Mm-hmm.
letters from all of the principals from almost every single school, including Hutch, Bueller, and I believe Trinity and Holy Cross were in there as well. And then a letter from Dr. Johnson requesting consideration of the one at Hutch High. That was the
The request
policy.
policy, we still have that.
Okay.
But the request policy that they asked for it, my understanding after talking to our consultants and stuff is typically when we look at those, then we would take the request and
And
say,
match it to-
does it
yes.
fit what we need? And that's where we're at with the high school right now. We have the request. It did kind of get lost in the shuffle through some emails, but we have that request, and we are currently looking to see where that school zone should be, and does it meet what the school asked for, or should our recommendation come back and actually shorten that up some to meet a standard for the city? Most of our other schools are the block the school's on and a half block each direction is a
I
school zone.
understand that, and again,
That policy's still in place.
conversation should be had
We're
with
not
the-
planning on changing the policy about how we get the information from the school. I believe it's getting confusing about when we're talking about budget and where we're gonna spend the money. And I agree with Evan's stance on if we can take a little time and look at this as a whole and say, where do we need to spend the money and where can we budget it? Because we are trying to go into a new budgeting on how we do this, the pay as we go. We want to make sure we're spending the money properly.
I
and need it.
completely
So-
understand.
But the policy you're referring to, that exists. I can make sure Evan gets it, knows what we're talking about. But
Okay.
yes, the request needs to come from whichever school district and the superintendent from those schools, which we have that from the high school.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
One quick thing, as we're path forward here, we talked about removing West 23rd, which has ADA cuts to nowhere, four of them.
Yes.
And we talked about, it was Gregory Street or one of those streets east of Severance. And
Baker.
Removing that. We were gonna see if they
11th
were
and
warranted and pull them out. Did we?
11th and Baker, 23rd and Tyler.
Baker.
And then the other was down at Bigger and Maple.
Type. Oh, okay, there were three.
There was three that was-
Okay,
that
just
were
as
deemed
you-
non-warranted.
As you present the path forward, will you check on those as well?
Yeah, we've actually, those came back, they're not warranted. So we were going to present on those anyways, and then we
Okay.
were waiting for the school season to end. So we have a standard, we have to post it for, I believe, 30 days ahead of time and then 90 days with them bagged before we can do the removal.
So will you be seeking council input on those in the same manner that you did the other three that were removed last year?
Honestly, that's a discussion I think I'd need to have with Mr. Viega. I'm not sure that's something we need council's recommendation on, because we
You
have the
don't.
warrants.
I remember
but,
him telling us during that meeting that you don't need council's input, but I do believe that one of the requirements is that we have a public hearing before bagging and removing those. Is that not correct?
I don't think there was a public hearing. I think we just have to put the public notice out, which is
Okay.
signs at the location. But we didn't plan on doing anything before we had a presentation to bring to you anyways.
Well, I understand that. Okay, so if there is no public hearing required and no council action would be taken into consideration, I do believe that it would be prudent to have a public hearing during a council meeting, so that people can express their concerns for the three that you plan to take out, because the public input that came out after those first three were bagged was pretty significant, and it was addressed publicly during a meeting, but those people did not have a public forum. We got stacks of letters instead.
We got stacks of letters from one particular agency.
I understand.
Yeah, and since then, we've reached out, and from what I've talked to people, those three, we haven't had any pushback since they've been removed. I've actually had people call and comment that it's made traffic flow smoother in those areas. We just want to make sure what we're doing is right, and that is reaching out to a traffic engineer and having the warrant study done, because that's the legality of it. We would definitely bring a presentation back before we take next steps. But typically with these, especially since these are close to school zones, we want to wait till summertime. We would rather make that transition while school's not in session.
Absolutely. I'm just saying it would be prudent to have a public hearing, and I would request that we have a public hearing for people to weigh in on those.
Thank you, Cecil. Sounds like we have a path forward on where we need to do some research, so.
Yeah, we'll get something together and put a presentation together for
Okay.
one of the upcoming council meetings.
If I may make one last, I hope it's the one last comment. Justin did point out for the SS4A that we're actually only contributing 20K, and the other 20K is covered by KDOT. So it's actually 10 to 1 for bang for our buck. So pretty solid deal, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Which one of us?
I'll just email you.
Sure. Anyone else? Oh, I asked if anyone else did. Any other?
Oh. No.
No.
All right.
Thank you. Next item, Mary.
Item number 8C, consider bid results for 2026 residential street maintenance project.
Justin Karam, Construction Manager, on behalf of the City of Hutchinson Engineering Division. Purpose of this project is to perform asphalt surface treatment as part of our current 8-year residential maintenance cycle. City of Hutchinson staff completed the design on this project. The project was approved in the 2026 CIP budget, utilizing the residential street maintenance and crack sealing program budgets. A little bit about the bid. We had a total of 2 bids that were open on March 3rd. The low bidder was received by Vance Brothers LLC in the amount of $1,169,204.22. This is below the engineer's estimate. The bid cost is below the adopted 2026 CIP budget. I believe we received very favorable bids and competitive bid for the project. Vance Brothers is an established contractor from the Kansas City area. They recently acquired Circle C Paving, which you might recognize. That was the contractor that has held this contract, or has won this contract for the last 9 years. So they've been acquired. We should be working with the same folks that we have been, but they are under the Vance Brothers name now. Recommendation that the council approve bids and award the project to Vance Brothers LLC in the amount of $204.22. And I'd stand for any questions you have.
So I have a question, just so there's clarity in the community of how this works.
Sure.
It's on a rotational basis every 8 years.
Yes.
So we would have done the area at, like Plum, oh, good gracious, Plum and Lorraine to, I don't know, what's that, Monroe? That would have been last year. That north section there. Now we're going to the lower, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's generally between, I believe, 4th Avenue to the south, and then I think it was Plum Street to Main Street,
Yeah.
generally.
I just want to
That's
make
the
sure
area.
everybody knew there's a rhyme and reason to what we're doing, so it's
Yeah.
not like we're just picking where we're going.
And part of that is we've sized that 8-year rotation, ideally to help our funding. All of those are about equally sized in the footprint. So when we ask for CIP funds each year, it's consistent to the funding that we were allocated. So.
And I know we had some, I don't want to say issues up in the northeast corner. Did you have any of those similar type things where I don't know, there's comments about the gravel and everywhere and stuff like that. And I know we do a good job taking care of that, but I know it's a pain once it happens.
I think that's a creature of the product. I mean, you're basically spraying oil, laying rock and pressing it in, and you want to oversaturate the rock so you don't miss any of that. That does create excess rock, and it takes a full year cycle through the heat and the cold. Truly, the cold of winter is really what binds that asphalt, so it stops kind of rejuvenating the flow of the temperatures. So it's typical to see that kind of shedding. And street department does a great job of putting on the rotation to go back after we've chip sealed and try to hit those more frequently to kind of reduce that. But it's kind of a part of the product, unfortunately.
And this is also kind of a cheaper process to maintain the roads for a longevity standpoint, correct?
Yeah, this is kind of your value approach. You're basically putting a protective layer over the surface, prolonging renewing that driving surface, kind of like a phone case on your phone. You're protecting the outside, and that's just kind of getting more lifespan out of it. We do have a big tool bag of different options. There's microsurfacing, there's mill and overlay. We are talking internally. I think I have a meeting with Brad not too much longer to kind of help get us up to speed on all the different options. But this is currently what we're going forward with, and value being in mind. So.
Okay, that's all the questions I had.
some of that was in the packet. I just want to point that out.
Oh, I know. It's a public, so the public can hear those comments.
Oh, okay. So it's okay when you ask a question that's in the packet, but not when I do, apparently. That's cool. I did have a question. Oh, I feel like we do have remarks about that, the extra rocks that don't attach or don't adhere into the oil every year. It seems like the issue in Scott's area stems more from, you have more properties that don't have curbs and gutters in that area, and so the rocks are being put into a grassy area versus captured by the gutter and then being the ability to sweep those up and collect those. And
We actually had some of those same issues in the Heather Parkway in your area, because I had phone calls from the Countryside West area about some of the similar issues as well that were out in the northeast.
They were leaving the rocks in the curb and.
Yeah, I mean.
So they,
but they're easier to sweep up out of the curb than they
sure, I
are
agree.
to pick them out of the grass,
Certainly.
if you felt so inclined. Or that would ruin the grass that you manicure in your kind of ditch or the extension of your yard. So I understand where those concerns come from. And it's just the process.
Any other questions, comments? Any questions or comments from the public?
I do have an additional question. So was Circle K the contractor that we went with last year?
Circle C
Circle C,
was
okay.
the consistent one that had been winning pretty much our whole program. So
That's what I thought. And how are they, in your opinion, on warranting their work and working with you? Because I know you're the one who inspects their work and holds them accountable. Are they easy to work with? I mean, considering they're the lowest bidder, I just want to ensure that we're getting the best bang for our buck and they're not difficult.
I think Circle C has been a great partner for us. I mean, we entertain all bids, but you know they've built a good relationship with us. I believe we get the quality that we want and we get value. So I think it's kind of a win-win as far as this contract goes. So.
And is there any concern of yours that wouldn't be maintained by them now being managed by a company that
By
isn't
Vance Bros.
fully local?
They are pretty established in the Kansas City area. I've heard of them. They had bid our projects in the past, but their mobilization from Kansas City was pretty substantial, where Circle C is based out of Goddard. So I don't see any issues. We're familiar with Vance Bros at some of the municipal conferences we go to. They actually are presenting. They work with the city of Topeka, a lot of those other bigger cities, and they pretty much run their programs with them. So I no concerns with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No other questions, looking for a motion.
I move to accept the low bid of Vance Brothers for 2026 residential street maintenance project in the amount of $1,169,204.22 and authorize staff to issue the notice of award and begin work on drafting project contracts and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second it.
Truon.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
All right. Up here for the next one as well, we have an update for the Woody Seat project. I believe IT was nice enough to get their drone out and fly the project, and I think we have a quick video just to kind of show you a little caption of that, and then I can get to the update. So that was flown last week, I believe, and I want to thank IT for assisting us with that. That's a cool feature to kind of document the project. So what do you see phase 2? So that'd be the project performed by Kansas Concrete. Project's nearing 100% completion. The prime contractor's completed all major items of the contract, except final pavement marking on the approach pavement and the Avenue C Bridge. That's stalled due to the work on the Avenue C Bridge. We are also monitoring the establishment of the grass and will accept the seeding at 75% of coverage. So those are really the only outstanding items for that specific project. As you can see in the video, the east alley from Avenue B to Avenue C, that is under review by engineering. Currently, we are looking to see how we can fit in the multi-use trail, improve the alley to a gravel surface, and deal with how the slope has terminated in that alley. So we're working with JAO to go through the options and come to a solution there. The original project substantial completion date was set for January 31st of '26. It was extended due to weather days and additional working days associated with work added to the project scope through change orders. Kansas Engineering and Kansas Concrete, we met, discussed, and agreed to justified time extension for the project. The new project substantial completion date was set for March 27th. This extension was a 55-day extension. 16 days were weather-related, documented, and 39 days were added across 10 of our 18 executed change orders for the project. So that's justification of the extension. Final completion date, which includes all cleanup activities, is typically set 1 month past March 27th. That's kind of what we're holding now for the seeding acceptance, but the final striping on the bridge is pending Wildcat's work finishing up that overlay. So that's kind of a quick update of the status of the Phase 2 project. The Avenue C Bridge project is about 77.5% complete. The prime contractor is finishing up the major repair work. That included the full depth replacement of the medians and replacement of both edges of the bridge. Once the curing is complete, then the deck will receive a 2 1/4 inch Portland cement concrete overlay. And we expect that to be happening in the next few weeks. The project remains on track for completion in June. So I stand for any questions you guys have.
Can you speak to some of the change orders that we had, what those were in nature?
Sure. So
Of-
kind of a variety of change orders. Some were as small as covering a load of rock for a additional load of rock that was needed for drainage flume. To, I think the largest one was there was a 16-inch water main line at Avenue B that was ultimately struck by the subcontractor, but it was determined that it was in the way of installing new storm pipes. And so that was something that typically if a contractor damages a utility, it's on them to fix. But since it was unknown to be at that high of an elevation, it needed to be moved to move the work forward. So we included it in the project. So, and there's I think a majority of these were storm related. The hard part of working in areas of town that are that old, some of the data that we have, things have changed. Maybe it wasn't documented correctly. So once you uncover it, you have to, I call it field engineering, but you have to do some changes on the fly. And I will say Kansas Concrete was very fair with their pricing, very responsive, and I'm very happy with the collaboration we had to get through some of those challenges. So.
And I know there was a concern about subs not being paid entirely. To your knowledge, has that issue been remedied?
I couldn't speak on that. That's between the prime contractor and the subcontractor. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
Can you get with Brad with JEO and have him get that alley figured out?
Yeah, it's on our one of our front burners. So
I'm just kidding, because I
Yeah.
look at the staff reports every week.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. We're waiting.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a little challenging. That alley had gone through a lot of changes from design to construction, and it's one of the unfortunate facts of making changes. There are effects, and so I think we're pretty close on a great solution. They have an engineer named Riley out of the Wichita office that's super sharp, and I believe we've got him all the information he needs to give us typical detail, and then we're going to coordinate with Parks to make sure that we're aligning with any amenities projects they have working and trying to get the ball rolling in the right direction again. So,
Great, thanks. Appreciate it.
any other questions for me? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next item, Mary.
Item 8E, consider an asbestos removal change order at 22 West Fifth Avenue.
Good evening again, council. Jason Lady, building official. This is for a asbestos removal change order that happened over at 22 West Fifth Avenue. So back on August 5th, 2025, of course, passed the resolution to finding the structure at 22 West 5th to be unsafe and dangerous and to be repaired or removed. We budgeted, well, there was, it came out of our annual budget, but there was a bid approval for demolition on November 4th of 25 in the amount of $67,500. However, we had this change order come in for the presence of asbestos as I tested this. These were the costs that were beyond the original cost of demolition. The request for such a change order is consistent with the original bid documents. There is a statement in there stating that any asbestos remediation that is recommended by the survey shall be added as a change order. So for clarification, and as per the bid document, the contractor has also incurred costs in this for the asbestos survey. We do not pay for the asbestos survey. We only pay for the change order of the removal of the asbestos and the remediation of it. There is no anticipated additional financial obligations, as again, this is in our FY26 budget that cover all related costs. And recommending staff approval of this for in the amount of $8,470 to distribute those funds. And you will see in your packet the cost of the change order in the amount of $8,470 and the services that were rendered from the asbestos company. And I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Any questions?
All right. Thank you.
No questions, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve an asbestos removal change order at 22 West Fifth Avenue and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Truin.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Item 8F,
So this is the item about the appointment of the ex officio to the HutchRec board. So I put this on the agenda. I thought it was a mayor approval item, and it requires council approval. So I just wanted to open that up to the councils for who they'd like to appoint to that position. So
My understanding from earlier conversations is that the state statute is that that our treasurer is actually, that Angela is appointed to that board. I'm not saying that we can't have additional people there. I think that's in their bylaws and it was quoted as such. So I have no problem with appointing that.
It seems like the state statute is the minimum and that their bylaws go above and beyond by allowing the council to have an ex officio that is appointed by the mayor.
then I would like to appoint Darren Truin to be the ex officio of the HutchRec board.
Why is that?
Because that's who I would like to recommend. I feel like he's got a neutral bias to go into this council, so he can come back and report to the council what his what he finds there, what he interprets, etc. And so that's kind of why I think, and I've talked to him about it as well, that I think he'd be a good fit for that role. And so that's why I'm recommending that.
I think at this time, I'd like to read into the record my resignation from that board a year ago. And I'll just read that into the record and people will know. April 9th, 2025. Dear Board, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all personally for the 3 years I have spent on your board. I've always worked to make Hutchinson a better place to live, work, and play. I will continue to advocate for all citizens, taxpayers, and employees of our city. I will always have my own opinion on how best to advocate to that end. I understand only from a phone call that I placed to Sue that I was not advocating as much or how the board wished. I appreciated the conversation with Sue and the comments she had for me. I only wish that I would have known before now that there was a problem with my advocacy for this organization. Again, I appreciate all of your friendships I've made because of my time on the board. Great fast. And that was on April 9th, a year ago in 2025.
So I guess the other question I had was why we did not appoint someone after that resignation from the board for Greg.
Because he never submitted that to council.
You all had a copy of it, and I read it in executive session when we were talking about other things. If you would have wanted me to read that publicly, I certainly would have. I did just now. I think that's,
We're not allowed to take action during executive session.
we didn't.
And I don't
I
believe
took an
that.
action with the board. It was
I don't
between
believe that that letter
myself and
states
the
that
board.
it's a resignation, does it?
The board knew I resigned. They had the letter. I got an acknowledgement here. I can read the acknowledgement of the letter so that you understand that they knew I resigned, and you all knew as a council I resigned. Nothing was ever said about me.
Yeah, we weren't, I was never asked to fill the position in 2025 as, while I was mayor.
But you could have.
I was never asked to.
You
Nor
didn't have
did
to ask
I
me.
know that it
part
was-
of your responsibility as mayor.
It's your responsibility to attend the library board.
And that's what I'm going to do the next
Okay.
one comes up. And I'm
Okay.
also going to attend the HutchRec board.
Oh,
because-
so all of the HutchRec stuff is my fault because I didn't
No,
appoint
didn't say
anybody
that.
last year?
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
Well, maybe they
During
will.
I'm
Greg's
asking the question why.
ambiguous
So
lack
I'm
of
just- we're gonna stop right there.
resignation. Okay, we'll stop right there. Yeah, I didn't appoint anybody. I wasn't asked to. I was not tasked to. And frankly, Greg's letter is not a resignation. It sounds like an apology.
Well, we can talk about apologies. I appreciated your apology, Marilyn, and I appreciated yours, Duke. I met Jackson on Tuesday. He called me last Tuesday with his concerns that he had with the letter. And he let me know that Duke apologized, and I really appreciate that. And Sue apologized to me for how my resignation went down. That means a lot to me, and I think that we'll just leave it at that. So I'll leave it at that.
Do you have the acknowledgement of your resignation you'd like to read?
Yeah, Greg, thanks for sending this out to the board and to Tony. I really appreciate it, and I know you did not have to do this. It is very gracious of you. We will make sure we comment on it at the next board meeting.
So right now, we don't have an ex officio, and I feel like with everything that's going on right there, we need to have somebody there.
Yeah, I also sent that exact same sentiment via email 3 weeks ago, that we should have, more than that actually, that we need to appoint an ex officio. I don't know that staff was ever made aware, and board appointments technically go through Dave Sotelo. The Human Relations Commission, or the HRO.
You know, you were mayor at the time. I did my due diligence with the board of HutchRec. You could have done with that what you wanted.
Okay.
I guess, did you want me to shout it from the rooftops? What do you want me to do?
So I'm just gonna.
I was never
I'm gonna draw
asked
this back
to
in.
make an appointment.
And I'm saying I've made a motion to appoint Darren to the ex officio to the rec board.
Yeah, I
And
will
so
second
that's
that.
that's where I'm after.
I will second that.
Okay, Truen,
Oh, Paul, do I need to abstain from this? Abstain? Or do I volunteer by voting yes? If I don't have to, I'll say yes. 'Cause I'll be
Did you not want to open this up for public comment?
Yeah, is there anybody who wants to publicly speak about this?
Hi, Sam Conklin, 3808 Cherry Hills again. I just want to say you are all welcome at our board meetings. We welcome anyone that would be willing to sit. So, all of our stuff is open record. You can find anything very easily accessible. Darren, we would welcome you. Scott, we welcome you. Stacy, Steve, Greg, again, you've attended. We'd love to have you guys back. So if you guys, and Enrico's attended also. So if you guys all would like to come, you are all welcome. So there does not need to be any infighting about it. You are all welcome to have a seat at our tables. So
I didn't feel welcome.
well, I'm sorry that you did not feel welcome. You were there for 3 years, so, I don't think you felt welcome until the very end, apparently, so.
Yeah, when I was called out on a vote that I made public right here.
Well, when you sit on our board for 3 years and then say that, we're not necessarily a worthy entity, I think we get a little bit upset about that, justifyingly.
I said that?
You said it several times ago, and I remember watching and I was astounded. And in fact, you still argue against the HutchRec, which is fine. That's fine. That's your stance. That's your belief. But we believe that HutchRec should be an entity apart from the city. So that is what our stance is. So, and obviously you have different feelings, which is fine. But that's not why I came up here. I came to say that you are all still welcome at our board meetings, so, and I still believe that, Greg, so, thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Anyone else?
Mayor, I believe we got a second from Mr. Bast on that.
Yes, and we're, go ahead.
are you going to abstain?
I will abstain.
Goss,
No.
Garza,
Yes.
Fast,
Yes.
Neighbors.
Yes. Next item,
Item number 9, report of city officials.
Stacy?
Well, why am I going first? Why isn't Easter Garza going to go first?
Because I asked you to go first.
Okay. I am curious if Mr. Truen could report out from his attendance at the kind of joint task force from the about I don't actually know the title of the joint task force, but it was about data centers and BESS.
You want to just report about that in your comments?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on, I wasn't prepared to go first, so I have some, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I don't know what I did with my notes. Maybe you could come back to me.
Oh, we'll wait, we're good.
Oh, I can just take my time now.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. It's your time your time to speak, so.
I do believe that a council member should always be afforded their time to speak. I can't find my notes. Well, I will mention a couple of things that I've been emailing about at least twice. And that is the first thing, I believe that we should discuss a moratorium on data centers until we have appropriate zoning in place. Because currently, and this is a huge concern of mine, under current zoning, a data center or a BESS could go into a residential area because we have not defined what utilities are in our zoning. What is a major or minor utility and what's their appropriate use or class? So while the assumption may be that those would be only allowed in our current I3 zoning, which would be a zone that would allow for like hazardous waste and things that are health concerns. Right now, that isn't actually outlined in our zoning. I believe that a brief moratorium of possibly 90 days to 6 months would buy us time to hash those out with the parties that we would need to involve in that, and have some public hearings. And I've asked for that to be on the agenda at least twice since February. I was told that it was going to be on the agenda, and then it has not been on the agenda. So I would like to have that on the agenda at some time in the next couple of weeks. I've even drafted sample moratoriums that I emailed to Mr. Villegas and received no response other than, would you like that? When would you like this on the agenda? And then no response after that. So.
Oh, I've got some stuff to talk about when we get to me, so I'll make comments on that as well.
That's all I have.
Mr. Faust?
I was contacted this week, somebody wanting side-by-sides on city streets again. I'm not sure I'm for that, but I just wanted to mention it. And maybe we could look into that and have Chief weigh in on that and see if anything has changed since the last police chief. Again, I think that anytime we begin to think critically and question things, it's probably a good thing. I've never on any single issue, except for the HutchRec thing, received more calls and emails and internal emails that were being forwarded to me about us ending the HutchRec. We didn't talk about us ending HutchRec. We talked about looking at it. The study in 2011 was a bunch of lay people like us that probably didn't compare city to city. And we'll put that on the agenda later and decide that. But I just want to let the public know that I got all of these folks that said we're going to talk about ending the REC. We haven't, I don't know. I want the information. I will say that over the past 2 to 3 years, I have had a lot of people upset about some of the issues at HutchRec, and I've encouraged them to go to the meeting. And again, I appreciate your apologies, and I appreciate your kindness to me, Duke. I should have mentioned that after I resigned. Thank you. So, I'll leave it at that. Thanks for all staff does. You got to sit here through all of this, and I apologize.
That it?
That's it.
All right.
Can I add one thing that I had worked on this week that I forgot over spring break?
Yes.
So currently I'm gonna bungle what it's called. It's like a down payment assistance program. Tony, can you shout out what it's only in the healthy neighborhoods. What is that called?
I'm tired.
Yeah, I am too. But anyway, so there's a program that currently benefits only, and it's like financial counseling, et cetera, down payment assistance. It currently only benefits if you are south of 11th and within one of the healthy neighborhood boundaries. I met with Interfaith Housing to ask them if they thought it would be beneficial to kind of expand that so that it matched, kind of removed those boundaries but remained south of 11th, which would match our NRP. They liked the idea. We talked about a number of other things as well. I sent that to Mr. Villegas, and I believe it was sent over to planning and zoning because it needs to, that change needs to originate there. But that would be an overall kind of a good boost to the program, because it would take out that strict boundary of where homes are eligible while still remaining focused on driving people to purchase and hopefully rehabilitate to what degree they need to homes within the core of the city, which would align with our NRP.
Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. Greg, you have one more thing?
One more thing. Enjoyed our time as a city hosting the Senator Jerry Moran and Jared Isaacman. If you haven't heard about that, please investigate how big of a deal this is for the Cosmosphere and for our city. I got to spend some time at Jerry Moran's office 2 weeks ago at the National League of Cities Conference, and because of that meeting, we had a meeting today about the railroad taking better care of their things. It's amazing how those relationships matter and how quick things get done. We also met with Tracy Mann, excuse me. And I spent at least 4 hours in meetings about data centers. The things that we are worried about data centers today are not the same things we worried about before. But anyway, I wanted to mention that. Huge kudos to the Cosmosphere and their staff. They put on a show like no other. And so, anyway, big deal.
All right, Darren.
Well, what I originally have here is I wanted to give a shout out to Graham at Startup Hutch. Last 3 months, his monthly meeting at the Sandhills Brewery, he's had 3 awesome speakers, and so I've attended the last 3 and encourage anybody else, that entrepreneur or just wants to go hear some good speakers. I recommend you. I don't have the date. Go on, get their Facebook page, and when it pops up, you can RSVP. But anyways, it's been very good, and I think he's done an awesome job. Going along with Jerry Moran, he was at Davis Hall with the college this morning. They did the ribbon cutting ceremony for their new facility at Davis Hall, and I didn't tour the whole thing, but from what I've seen, it looked very, very nice, and I think it's going to be very beneficial for training new medical staff and nurses, paramedics, and I think it's something awesome for Hutch. Now I was asked so the task force, Reno County Task Force, that is something that County Commissioner Ron Hurst and Randy Partington, I believe, came up with. I got involved because I was asked to go last Wednesday, so I attended. There was myself, Randy Partington, the county councilor, Ron Hurst, Mr. Vincent, and Jeff Shank from South Hutchinson, one of their council members, and then a couple people from the chamber. Basically, we just kind of discussed, didn't discuss a whole lot. We discussed kind of, maybe some ordinances, some regulations on data centers. Didn't go into real detail yet because it was just an initial meeting. I just want to stress to the public that I haven't made up my mind yet on data centers. I keep hearing, and when I researched them, the research I found, I believe, was about 15 to 20 years old. And that information was pretty scary. Now, I attended the meeting that the chamber had at the college. I believe they have that on video. I recommend anybody go to their website and look that up because it really changed my mind. There's a lot, Evergy has a lot of safe protocols. The state of Kansas has put a lot of safe protocols in. I think that a data center, now I haven't completely made up my mind. What I want to see is whatever data center that wants to come in, I want to speak to them one-on-one, and I want to get all their information and make a professional decision off of that. One of the things that really sold me was, it was mentioned the Evergy, that the city gets a 5% franchise fee from the electricity. I was estimating about $3 million a year, and talking to Deborah Tufall this morning, she's estimating that could be upwards of $10 to $15 million a year, just in franchise fees. And we haven't even got to the property tax yet. So I think it's something that we really need to look at. We need to be safe. And, you know, I'm kind of talking to the public, to the people here. I'm going to do everything to make sure it's safe before I allow one to come. But I think we need to be open-minded and see what it would take. One of the things I got from the chamber meeting is that when a city puts a moratorium on, that investors and stuff look at that city and they feel like the city is weak and doesn't want to make decisions. And they recommended that you don't ever do that, that would hurt your city. I think there's enough protocols and other ways that we can make sure that this is safe and make a proper decision before we allow them to come in. So again, on the task force, it's just a beginning. One of the things that we did agree on is that we feel like all three entities, the county, South Hutch, and the city of Hutch, need to work together as best we can because it's going to affect all of us. And but you know, again, like I said, I have not made a final decision. I need more information, and I'm still reaching out to some people. I messaged somebody to get me in contact with a couple people that have done some research. One of the things I learned was their new closed-loop cooling system. I'm going to reach out to Superior Boiler Works. I want to talk to them about that and figure out if they can get me more information on how that works and what actual water usage there is. So there's a lot of investigating left to do, but I don't think we should be closed-minded. I think this could be beneficial to our community in a big, big way. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Garza?
Oh, now I know what it is to be last. I don't know, maybe I will be first. Okay, you know Garza. First of all, on the rec and everything committee, when a young man came up here, we are supposed to represent the people. We're supposed to represent the people. We represent government after we talk to the people. And unfortunately, I received, Mr. Rico, you can back me up on this, maybe you can't, maybe you don't want to say that. Do you remember a meeting me and you went to the rec? And I was treated very rudely. So I know exactly what that guy's saying. I had a meeting within the year or 2 years that I had a meeting with the rec, talked to them about stuff. Their board, I don't know if I remember you guys sitting on the board, was very rude to me. And I understand what this guy was saying. Now, I'm pretty sure if I met with this board we have now, it might be different, but they were rude to me, very rude to me. As far as this thing about this young man's coming up saying his job or whatever he did, it's wrong. I don't care if it was a cup that he threatened him with. It's wrong. You don't, as a professional, you don't do that. And it's very wrong that that happened. So, I understand this gentleman, and he has a right to speak. That's what we want you guys to come out here to do, to come up to that pulpit and say. And you have the freedom to come up here and say you disagree, whatever. But Garden City just did it. And the only reason we're doing this is to look to see if we can save money. We're not saying to do it. And when we go about voting for it next week, I believe, or the next city council, we're going to look at it about saving money. Has nothing about getting rid of the wreck. We can't get rid of the wreck. You think we're nuts? We're not crazy. You have to have the wreck. Garden City, there's citizens already doing that. Garden City just did it. Save some money. So, you know, guys, all we're doing is looking at the payway, the money on it. We're not getting rid of nothing, the wreck. And if we do, we're going to sit back and see how we're going to do this. But guys, I understand what's going on with the rec. When I went to that meeting, they treated me like shit. Now, you know, I thought it was because of my skin color. No, it wasn't my skin color. It's just the way that board was. And I'm not blaming you guys. I don't remember you guys on the board. So,
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
That's up to
No, she's
Mayor
fine.
Meggers.
She's fine.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Marilyn Fisk again. I want to address what you said about threatening Jackson and his job. I want to clarify what happened there. We were going over budget line items that was on the agenda long before I invited Jackson to the meeting with us.
Okay.
And what one of them is, hey, the company we're with is raising some prices. We're going to look around and see if there's anything better. That's what Tony let the board know, which, if we're being good stewards of the taxpayers' money, we should, right?
Okay.
And then Jackson brought up that he actually works for janitorial supplies. I didn't know that at the time, and I mentioned, oh, my job actually just looked for new janitorial places, and we found out that that was our cheapest option. So I think while there was some very heated conversation had there, that particular piece, I'm sorry, he took that way out of context. Tony did not threaten him, and that was not the case.
But I'm gonna tell you something now, okay? When I was in my meeting, Tony is very rude to me, and your members are very rude to me. So I understand what this guy is going through, okay?
And I'm not negating that at all. Right, I've only been on the board for a little over a year. I just wanted to address that specific comment because that being aggressive maybe is one thing, threatening someone's job is another, and I just wanted to clarify that that is not what
I
happened.
appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely, thank you.
Can you come?
Councilmember Garza, are you referring to the joint meeting?
Yes.
Okay. I was trying to think of I had to go back in my head.
Can you clarify what the date of that meeting was?
I don't know, I'd have to look.
Was they not rude or not?
It was heated, and probably some of that, yeah, may be inappropriate.
Okay.
Some of the comments made.
That's all you gotta say. But I'm saying that all we're doing is trying to find, in money-wise, right? Regardless of Tony, we're just trying to get money and see how it's cheaper, all right? Garden City's already doing it, okay? And I encourage you guys, if you got something to say, come up here. Come up and talk to me. Now, you know, guys, I had phone calls left and right on this particular subject, and I had one phone call and told me that all these guys are gonna get run out of town if we vote for this, if we vote to change it. And one thing I wanna say to that one person who told me, I said, if he's gonna run me out of town, can he come give me a lift? I'm too old to run out of town. So, but anyway, it does happen, all right? And I had a lot of complaints about the rec commission. So I think what the young man is saying, he had a lot of guts to come up here and say what he had to say, guys. It's okay. We represent the city. It's for the people, by the people, not for the government, for the government. It's for the people, by the people. And one other thing I want to say, when I was a coach, I had a tournament. The tournament was, I went play-by-play. Mr. Tony turned me down on it. That was my first thing I didn't like about the rec. I did this tournament for years and years and years and years, and he didn't let me do it anymore. For what reason, I don't know, okay? And the second thing, and the last thing I want to say, we did an MOU. What happened to that? Did we ever get that done?
No.
Did they ever come out with it?
Justin, can you
come out and speak to the MOU?
I asked for that to be emailed, the draft MOUs to be emailed to council weeks ago, and my email went unanswered.
Okay. Where's the MOU? What happened to
There's
that?
2 MOUs that are in draft form.
Yeah, so several months ago, we presented to HutchRec just general ideas. And we had a overall consensus of overarching ideas for the MOUs. I did present draft MOUs to Tony and to HutchRec. I've received a response for the Salt City Splash MOU, so their response to my draft. I'm reviewing that right now. Have not received a response back for the Fun Valley piece yet.
So we haven't.
So we're working on it.
But we haven't got that done yet. How long have we been working on the MOU?
MOUs have been expired for 3 years.
But we came with an agreement, did we not? Did we not come with an agreement?
I can speak to that because I was in the group that negotiated it or attempted to, but do I have permission to talk?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks, appreciate it.
But it's my turn to talk, so.
As soon as Steve's done, yeah.
Yeah. That's my turn to talk, and that's my feelings. I've been there. I've been with their board, and I don't think it was these guys. I don't remember seeing these guys there. But they were terribly rude to me. And I understand what that guy was saying. You know, and as far as this thing of us taking money, we're just taking an estimate. We're just taking a look at it. I'm not scared. I'm going to say what I have to say. I'm not scared of nobody. I say what I have to say. And all it is that we're taking, like Garden City took it in. All we're doing is doing a study. That's all we're doing. So I don't know, man. That's what I think all the time when I'm sitting here. I'm thinking all the time. Now I'm probably going to get a lot of hate calls in there. And the next person that calls me and says they're going to run me out of town, I'm not going to be on here. Come, give me a lift, man. I can't run out of town. Run me out of town. Give me a lift to get out of town. We're a city that work together. We have to work together. And what is truth is truth. All right? Does that make sense? I don't know. I might be wrong, but I'm a commissioner that says what I think. You know, and I'm sitting here and I'm telling you what I think. So please, let's come together as a city. And this, all it was a gentleman coming here showing us how we could save money. That's all it was. We weren't never going to close. You know how many calls I had that we're going to close the rec? No, we think we're nuts. We can't close the rec. That's crazy. Other cities have their rec department under the park department. We're not the only department. Other cities do it, guys. It's just, we're going to look at it. We're going to hire a company, go look at it. They come back with their recommendation saying, yay, we're nay, or we're good. The rec's doing a great job. If that's the case, then we go on. The rec stays what they're doing. So all it is, guys, is just something that the city commission, that a citizen came for the people, by the people. And I don't care if he's just one guy. But one person comes up there and asks for us to do something, we have to look at it. We have to look at it. That's our job as city commissioners. And tell you what, if you want to be a city commissioner, it's got great benefits. You get no pay, you work all night, you stay up till 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night. It's a great job. But please serve the people. Please be in this seat to serve the people. So I thank you for listening to me, my brother and all that stuff. I thank you for that, but I do say what I think. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
Can I have a moment to address?
You know, so
Well, he brought up.
I know.
HutchRec commission.
So let me speak. Give me a minute. I'm going to talk in my comments to basically maybe get some clarity on where we're headed with this. So I was going to talk about this last in my comments, but I'm going to bring it to the front. So last week, I have spent hours and hours and hours talking HutchRec, meetings, phone calls, emails, you name it, I've done it. I was going to put a lot of time into data centers this week and last week, but that went off the rails. So it was a lot of time I've talked to board members from the HutchRec, I've talked to city people, I've talked to community members, I've talked and I still have a list of probably another, I don't know how many, that I still need to talk to, because I feel like it's my due diligence to make sure we are doing the best thing for our community. Not based off of one person's opinion or two people's opinion. It's what is the best for Hutchinson and our community with the HutchRec and the city. And so to speak to why it wasn't on the agenda this week was because there's still a lot of stuff to figure out before it just gets thrown on the agenda and not having enough information. So yes, I wanted someone appointed to their board because I think we need to be there so we know what's going on. But I'm accepting the invitation to come to your board meetings because I want to know myself firsthand. I'm going to go to the library board meetings because I want to know what's going on these entities that are pulling mills from our taxpayers. I want to know this information. I don't want he said, she said. I want black and white, what is right in front of us, what we can truly take and go, this is right or this is wrong. And whatever that answer might be, that's going to be what it is. And so that's where I'm at with the HutchRec right now. Is I want to dig into it more. I haven't had enough time to get everywhere I wanted to with it. So a future agenda item to talk about HutchRec will be coming, but I want more time to research everything I need to, community members, etc., to make sure we're making the right decision or the path we need to go. Because I think it's a very important decision for our community. And again, this is a tough job, and it's not something I wanted put this much time into, but I feel like it's something that has to be done. I signed up for this, and that's what I'm supposed to do. So that's
Can
where.
I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So, based on what Mr. Garza and you have said, it sounds like there's a consensus from council that we'll be talking about a study at the next.
No, there's no consensus for
agenda
that. No.
on the next
We're
agenda.
gonna have a conversation. I don't know that's gonna lead to a study. Again, I think it's going to be an agenda item that we discuss the path forward because we did not have one. And I wasn't ready to discuss a path forward because I don't have all the information I need to discuss a path forward logically. Because if you ask me this week, I would probably not be in,
Would love, whenever you guys are ready, to shed some light on the MOU process that John and I went through for,
and I think that's
Months.
part of the conversation as well. I mean,
well,
I want.
it's not tonight. I was not allowed to speak on that subject tonight.
Well, you can if you want to in a minute. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of address these points. It's coming, so pay attention to the agendas. We'll have a conversation, and it's something needs to be, addressed. So I'm going to speak to the rest of my comments because they were actually positive for our community. Not that HutchRec and the city is not positive for our community. It's very important. But some great things that happened here in the last couple weeks. We had an open house at the water treatment facility. I heard that. I got so many comments about how that was great. Could we do more of those things? People want to see that. So I really appreciate staff taking the time out of their evening to open the doors and say, come on in. We need to do more of that because I think the community really appreciates it. So I thank you all that were a part of that. I was going to attend, but I had another obligation, so I couldn't. So I also wanted to talk about the Senator Moran being here. I mean, we don't realize the gem we have with the Cosmosphere. I was talking to a bunch of the staff from Washington, D.C., and it's just amazing that there was a new guy that was here. He'd never been to Hutchinson. He's like, I did not realize you guys had at this level what this was here. So we just we take for granted of what we have in our backyard. So I'm really excited about the future things that are coming with the Cosmosphere, as in college as well. So there's some really great things there. We had a great, I hope Chief Beer is enjoying his retirement. That was a great event to go to. And I also want to congratulate Jeremy Unruh for his new position. I think that's a great hire. And he'll do a great job. I saw him actually today. So, and then the tournament. We had a great showing for the tournament at Sports Arena. That's a great thing for our community as well. And I just want to praise everyone that was involved with that at that level. So, and then I think, and then I'll go to the data centers. So on data centers, I'm still up in the air on it. I think it's something I agree with you, Darren, we need to have an open mind on. I was asked about the task force weeks ago from the county, and I never heard any more about it until I think yesterday when Stacy asked me about it. I've talked to the mayor in McPherson. They have 2 data centers there. I've got a call to the mayor in Salina. I've watched hours and hours of videos, read documents on data centers, impacts to communities, etc. I actually plan on traveling to Texas to actually go see one. So if anybody would like to tag along, more than welcome. Because I think it's something we really need to dive into before, again, the reason why this is not on the agenda yet, because I wanted to do my due diligence and research before we just threw it out there to know what to do with that. So if you would like to speak about the MOU, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah,
If not, we can do it
I'll talk
on-
about it at the next meeting.
Okay. So that's all I have.
Right. Mr. Reed, I'm sorry to pull you in on me.
That's fine.
But you were with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the joint meeting.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's
I didn't tell you I was gonna do that.
I had to think on which meeting it could have been, so that's why I had to.
I wanna apologize to you.
That's fine.
Can I ask Paul a question about one of the agenda items that was passed?
Yeah.
There's a $875,000 clawback in the VIG Industries contract. Can you speak to that and what that is?
I don't know that that's a clawback.
It says if we lose a certain certification that we would owe them $875,000, which is the total of
That would be on the deep disposal wells, and we haven't lost certification.
Okay.
Because that's what the agreement was for them to use our deep disposal wells.
are those the wells that are still in service or not still in service?
They're still in service.
Okay, and so only that is the only thing that would possibly trigger that?
It's a term that's been met, and so there's no risk there for the city.
Okay.
Mr. Enrico.
I'll probably just go up there. Good evening, Mayor and Council. There's a lot of feelings surrounding the HutchRec discussion, and I understand that. And I want to express, at least for myself, because oftentimes I feel like I have to talk with at least one arm tied behind my back. Either say this or don't say this, or we need to do this or don't do this. With respect to, the young man coming, I've also been told by a lot of people that I sent him here, that he is my puppet, that he is my mouthpiece. What any word you can think of. All of these false allegations made. I did not send him here. And I've went at it kind of angry because that's affecting my reputation. But even if I did, in the past, the council has also encouraged people to come and make statements. So that is not unique, even if I did do that. I encourage people to come to council meetings, whether I agree with someone's viewpoint or not. So what's the harm and where's it wrong? I believe that is healthy. You can't grow as an organization or as an individual if you can't have a difficult conversation. That is a healthy expectation no matter what you do or who you're talking to. So some of this I am really struggling with on its face. And a long time ago, at least a year and a half ago, when we were talking about efficiencies, being the new guy, I pointed out a few things. And some of this was already on your radar with the lopsided contracts that we have, whether it's with South Hutch or some of the tweaks that we need to make with the county, HutchRec with the expired contracts, whatever the case may be, we need to fix it. All right. So I went on a mission of, okay, where are we going to start and how are we going to do this? And now that there's an audience of HutchRec people here, I want to explain that my leadership style, I love to teach people. And I've done this for all of our staff at the most sincerest of levels, the most innocent and honest of levels, when people have asked, what's a mill levy? How does the city's budget work? I'll draw stuff up on a board. And we went through, here's rev neutral, here's flat and everything. And that was the inspiration behind the video that Bowercom helped us make. Because the staff from street maintenance employees to Evan and others, they found that very rewarding. They're like, oh wow, we feel like we're a part of the city and like things are happening and we appreciate learning. That is my style. And so people ask me questions routinely, just like they ask you, how does this stuff work? I will explain it to you. I will sit down and draw it out if I have to. And I've done that for a few people. One in particular, we started off with, it was actually a complaint against the city. And then we ended up having a good conversation, and somewhere along the way, they asked, how does this work? And so I explained, I'm like, here, just let me draw it out for you. And so I drew out a little scenario on the taxes and how that works, how it works with the city and how it works with HutchRec. And they're like, oh, I should be your OL. And that's a KLC term. I still don't know what OL means. I'm like, what does that even mean? And they're like, oh, that's like an ambassador. And, they go out and speak this stuff. I'm like, well, if you feel so inclined. And then we just went our separate ways. We went our separate ways, and that was it. And then that person in turn said, hey, the city manager was trying to force me to say these things. That's a complete misrepresentation of the truth and what happened. Complete misrepresentation. But I do want to explain to everyone I'm just going to draw it out like I did for everyone else, what exactly I am talking about. It's not throwing a jab. It's not anything. It's just, as the new guy, how I see it. Yeah. Because if the intention here is to actually have a conversation, let's have the conversation.
We were having this conversation in 2 weeks.
You don't have to do anything. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Here you go.
Oh.
You got it. Sorry, there you go. I gotta do one more thing. Yeah. There you go.
And also, I agree with Mr. Garza. For what it's worth, I've also had people in the last few days threaten me and my job and all of those things. It got very severe for no reason. You know, if I'm going to be guilty no matter what, whether I told this person to come or I didn't, may as well just embrace the conversation is how I see it at this point. So I'm left-handed, but let's do scenario A, scenario B, and scenario C. And as all of my staff knows, I love explaining things. Again, it's part of my leadership style. So let's say scenario A. Located within these boundaries here.
Can you move your microphone, please? Thank you.
So scenario A, located within the boundaries here, we can call this USD 100. And located within USD 100, let's say there's 3 communities. And we can call it Community A, Community B, and Community C. And say Community A, Community B, and Community C, say we would like to put a ballot measure together to establish a recreation commission. We enjoy recreational festivities and blah, blah, blah. And we would like these things here. And say as part of that, if it passes, in this case, they wanted it to fall under the USD school district boundaries because it's a larger tax area. And so now there's an equitable disbursement of recreational facilities. And not most, but I've seen this is fairly typical, where say if you live in Community C, and say but the community center is in Community A, you can go use those facilities. So now scenario B. And let's call this Hutch. I know that it's not, but let's call it that. And say somewhere in the middle, this little kind of blob here, is USD 308. So it used to be, pre-11, that the Rec Commission was established under USD 308. My government hat, that's a very inequitable disbursement of recreational services and who's paying for it. So if you're located within this little peanut shape here, those 308 residents are paying for everyone else. So after 11, they start taxing the same boundaries of the city. So if we compare scenario B to scenario A, you have one that establishes for multiple communities, and then one where it overlaps with the city's boundaries for one community. And then say scenario C could be any community. And let's call this one, for their boundaries, it's just Parks and Rec. Here we have the split where we have the city and we have the rec. This was actually what I kind of drew out for that individual that said that I was trying to stir the pot and all those things, because they wanted to learn. I thought it was an innocent conversation, and so I just drew it out. Here's how I see the world, especially as the new guy. I've never seen this type of setup before. I've either seen this or I've seen this. I'm not saying this is wrong. I've never actually said this is wrong. I've never said that. But I was trying to understand, especially in light of how we can improve our agreements. We've all agreed that a lot of the agreements are lopsided, not just with HutchRec, but for almost all the agreements that we've entered into. Even at the airport, we've heard that. How do we fix this? And so this is, if there was anything worth discussing, I think it's this. I just drew out 3, and maybe there's an endless supply. But this is what I drew and said that I'm only familiar with this or this. I've never seen this before. So I did want to throw that out there. If anyone has any questions about this, council, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. But I drew that up recently, and then actually probably a couple months ago, again, in the interest of trying to teach people. You know, I was always operating under the impression that Hutchinson is very open-minded. I don't know how many times I've heard you have to raise the heat and ask the tough questions. But apparently when you do, you get your job threatened. Or there's a bunch of impropriety and we're going to go after you. What is this? Like, whoever approaches it from that perspective and is not willing to at least learn, where are you coming from? Because a lot of the allegations made, no one's ever once tried to talk to me. I mean, all of these baseless allegations and no one's tried to talk to me. Like, that sucks. No matter what, you're guilty. Like, let's just own the fact that this is a really awkward conversation right now as well. Anyway, so you have any questions, council? I have a few other things I would love to say, but I did want to at least establish, like, this is just how I've seen it played out. I've never seen the middle before until I got here. And as you know, I give everyone plenty of grace and understanding. I do that for everyone because I would want the same to be done to me. But I feel like when this gets brought up, it's, no, we're going after you. So I do want to at least stand for questions if you have any.
I feel like for me, the people I was hearing from on this was the same type of feeling. They're worried about this kid that's come before us asking questions, not, well, man, what can we do better? How can we do it different? Or is it right or not right? It's never once about maybe it's more beneficial to do it a different way. It was always some other contrived, or what I felt like was, oh, well, you're trying to get rid of HutchRec. No, we're not going to get rid of any of our recreational services. It's mind-boggling to me how this has transformed into this. I have felt the same thing as you have, and I've felt that for a couple of years now with just even questioning a few things, and you know, that's how I feel.
I mean, I think what we found across the whole spectrum of things is, depending on what you talk about and what you question, the answer is we'll run you out of town. And I think we've seen that in a few other instances.
Yeah, I mean, it's the good old boy system always. And
Yeah, it is.
So I guess my feeling is, that's why I'm still digging into it, because I don't have that feeling yet.
Okay.
That's why I need to do my research to make sure everybody's on the same page, to make sure it's exactly, and I understand what you've explained.
No, but the thing is with this, I've never said one is better than the other. I don't know that. I don't know which one's better. Here's what I've observed, contrasted with what I've seen and what I know. That's it. Besides, it's not even my decision. That's why this whole thing is like really silly. Like it's, oh, we're going to run you out of town. There's impropriety and all these things, and we need to investigate them. Where's this coming from? It's not even my decision. Because I make an innocent observation about what I've seen compared to what I know, I need to get run out of town for that? That's bizarre to me. Anyway, thank you.
I would like to point out that I did try to ask Mrs. Richardson, our finance director, a question at the top of our meeting, and I was told that my question should wait 2 weeks until we meet again about HutchRec. But then here we are, entertaining questions from council to staff about the same subject. Just doesn't feel like fair treatment of me throughout this meeting, and I wanted to say that.
Well, I don't know, I mean, I'm not trying to make you feel like unfair like that, but this is like council comments to where Enrico does bring things to us in his comments to where he asks us questions. And this is not the first time I've seen this. So, not HutchRec side, but to see where he's brought staff up to whatever in his time to ask questions. So, I mean, this is his time to do that. So, this is a conversation we are going to have. It's coming. But,
Yeah, I didn't say it's not.
Yeah, but it's just
I've never said it's not something we should talk about. My point is, at the top of the meeting, I asked the finance director a couple of questions, and I was told to save it for 2 weeks until we talk about this again. Which honestly, throughout this entire meeting, it feels like the majority of council has already decided that this will be on the agenda for next week, or for the next meeting. To talk about a study keeps being referenced multiple times. So to me, that's suspicious.
Well, I have no intention of doing a study at the moment because I don't think there's a basis to do it.
Well, maybe we should just talk about it in 2 weeks and not talk about it anymore for tonight.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I
And we
think.
did talked about it at length a month ago when Jackson came before us and said, I've got questions, maybe we ought to look at this. We all said, maybe we should look at this.
So for me, it just wasn't the time to put it on the agenda because I still had the fire that started a week and a half ago. So it's something that needs to be addressed, and we need to have a conversation about on an actual agenda item.
All right, thank you.
Well,
Thanks.
a citizen come to us and ask us if we would do something to study. We can't just say we're gonna get rid of the wreck. We came up with an idea that we would do a study. I think you should talk about if we're gonna do a study.
And Steve, we're going to do that at the next
what
council.
I'm saying.
Yeah, so we're going to do that at the next council meeting.
But you say you wanna drop the study.
No, I didn't say I'm not for it yet.
Okay.
I mean, it's, I look at this and go, it's a lot of money to invest into a study if we can actually come up with the solution ourselves. I don't even know what the cost is, so anyway, that's where I'm at.
I would like to just point out that weeks ago, if not months ago at this point, I suggested we take advantage of appointment for the ex officio as well as finalize the MOUs that have been in draft form for about 2 years. And no action was taken on that until the ex officio appointment tonight.
Oh, there's been action happening. It just didn't happen in the middle of this council meeting. There's been a lot of things in play for the last week, almost week and a half, that I've been working on, dealing with, and doing my due diligence to make sure that the proper information we receive. So, thank you.
So let me ask you a question, Mayor. So Deb, we'll talk about it next council meeting?
We're going to have to come up with information to talk about at the next council meeting.
And we're not gonna let the public be there to,
No, the public's going to be here.
no, they can say it's a
Yeah,
hearing?
it's a, well, I don't know if it's necessarily a hearing per se, but it's going to be an agenda item. So the public can't comment on an agenda item. So,
Well, when it comes up, they can comment. because-
yeah, absolutely, just like we do in every agenda item. Public can comment on it. All right, so we have an executive session. How long do we need?
You sure you want an executive session?
No, I don't think so.
That's what I thought. We'll pass the executive session.
Okay, then if that's the case, then I'm just looking for a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I second that.
Truon,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Goff,
Yes.
Fast,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.